Well, hello everybody. I was hoping to start right at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Of course, OBS hates me. There's always some freaking technical problem. I even forgot to do the countdown, the 60-second countdown to go into the main scene here. But hey, doesn't matter. We're live. We're good to go. Who cares about anything else? The important thing is that we're live. I want to say hello to everybody. First of all, welcome to The Abyss. I am your host, The Eternal Abyss. How is everybody doing? I am on Discord. Hello everybody on YouTube and on Rumble. Most importantly, I really want to get off of YouTube. Please help me get off of YouTube. And of course, I want to say hello to everybody on Realms, the main source where I stream to. Cause yeah, YouTube sucks, and Realms and Rumble pretty much allow me to say, Realms especially, I can say anything I want. I can even badmouth the owner of the website, and he, in theory, wouldn't ban me. I hope, DoomTube. I'm kidding, of course. I have no reason to badmouth DoomTube. But hey, hi, J-Danks, Herb on YouTube, Herb Green, however it's pronounced. The stream is abysmal. No, it's just an abyss, not abysmal. Not, at least not yet. I just started. Yeah, I'm on Realms, Herb. You think Sean Hannity will cover the Fuentes interview? We're gonna talk about Fuentes. That's in the title. We're gonna talk a little bit about that interview. Sean Hannity may say something about it. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't really pay that close attention to Sean Hannity in theory. In general, I mean. So I don't know. I really don't know. I'm using a new microphone. So any feedback is welcome. If it sounds good, if it's too high, if there's distortion, if there's any issues, please let me know. I'm using a new, I'm actually using a microphone like a real streamer. You know, like the guys that go on the streets and have the little DJI or whatever they are called. Yeah, DJI microphones, or the Rode microphones, however they're pronounced. I got myself a DJI microphone for other reasons, but I'm using it for streaming as well. I remember you, sir. I remember you from Bitwave. Weren't you on Bitwave, Herb? I remember you. You were on Realms for a while, if I'm not mistaken. I think you were on Realms too, no? I think I know you. Or Bud Green, right? Yeah. I remember. Seethe. Seethe. But anyways, no, for real, if there are any issues with the microphone, please let me know. I really want to, this is basically its maiden voyage. So if there are any issues, I want to work out the kinks, obviously, and make it so people can hear me okay, because we've had some microphone adventures in the past where I've had some serious bad microphone issues. I've sounded like I was in a tin can, and I've had to use different gizmos and devices, and some worked better than others. I actually had a desktop microphone that I used for a while, and it was a Bcaster. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that, and I liked it. It's a great mic, but for some reason I'm having a lot of issues with it with Windows 11. I didn't have any issues with it with Windows 10 or other versions, because I've had that for several years now at this point. But I don't know. I don't know why Windows 11 just does not like to play nice with it, it seems. So it is what it is, And well, we're here to talk about a few things. So we might as well we might as well go into it. Dive in, so to speak. There's, the last time I streamed was about a week after Charlie Kirk's assassination. So I hadn't streamed in quite a while, and that kind of compelled me to get back into it. Now, I was really hoping to do more regular streams between September 16th, which was the last time I streamed, till present day. I don't really have my Discord set up very properly, so I'm not sure. Let me see something here before. I mean, I could probably link it, but I'd have to set up certain things here for the voice chat, because I can't have people jumping in willy-nilly. That should be set to private now. So if you guys want to join the general chat, I suppose you could. Let's see, invites. Do I even have? Oh, here we go. Create one. We'll just copy here. Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to join the Discord, did I just freaking close the window by accident here? Motherfucker, I did. All right, see, you guys are, you guys are derailing my stream as we speak. No, it's fine. Let me reload into it. No problem. Of course, whenever I try to do something, I always break everything. So yeah, here we go. That's the Discord link if anybody's interested in joining the general chat there. Yo, Ortho, how you doing? Glad to see you on the stream. Appreciate you. In fact, I'm going to paste the Discord on here too. Maybe we'll have some call-ins. Maybe we'll have some people join in to the voice chat as well. We'll see how things go later on. I want to talk a little bit first, and then we can dive deeper into those options and see what happens. Since I had to reload the window, I kind of lost my, let's see here. I can't really, that is super small. But anyways, I'll try and catch up with that stuff. I'm still trying to get, like the chat stuff properly connected. So, we can do super chats and other, streaming nonsense of that kind. Hopefully I wasn't echoing, because I had something going in the background here, but I didn't hear any audio, so I don't think it was playing through my audio as I'm speaking here. I hope not. If it was, I do apologize for that. I should have some background music going, but it seems like that's not playing. So you know what? It's fine. We don't have to worry about it. But yeah, there's a lot that has been going on between September 16th and present day. There's just the aftermath of what happened with Charlie Kirk, and basically the atmosphere that we live in now, the environment that we live in now post Charlie Kirk assassination. On one side, certain things have definitely changed. On one side. On the other side, more, leftist side, it seems like they haven't really learned anything from this experience. They haven't learned anything from the consequences of their actions. So you still have people in politics, for example, politicians, the media, people like Hassan Piker, continuously inciting violence with their language. That's just what's happening, and it's not stopping. They will not stop at all. Hi, and welcome to the Discord. There, I said hi. Make 2 voice chats, one public, one private, and drag me into the private one. Well, I'm in the private one. I can make a public one for you guys to chat amongst yourselves, but that won't be streaming. Hey, J Danks, welcome to the stream. Um, let's see here. I could do voice lobby. There we go. We'll do that channel. Sup? There we go. So I won't necessarily be able to hear you guys since I'm going to be in the main voice chat, which goes through my thing here. But so essentially, like the thing that surprises me, I mean, it surprises me, but it doesn't. I mean, I didn't have any expectations that the left would learn any. I was hearing an echo for a second there. I think I'm still hearing an echo. But anyways, I think it might be my monitors. Let me lower the monitors here so I don't hear myself. There we go. I'm not surprised. I'm really not surprised that the left is doing what they're doing and they're playing victim. Oh, cancel culture. When we do it, it's okay. But if other people do it to us, oh, woe is me. Pathos, pathos. I am such a victim. It's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. And that's what really, really aggravates me is that it's all deliberate. It's all theatrics that they're playing when they're trying to play victim. They don't want to face the consequences of their actions, but they want everybody else to face consequences according to whatever perceived slights they claim to have happened. They want to go out there and say, oh, you are oh so mean, like, or you're a bigot, or you're a phobe of some kind, or an ist of some kind. Yeah, it's nonsense. It's ridiculous. And you'd think after so many people getting ousted as just being horrible human beings all around, you'd think they would have learned some lessons, some life lessons, matured a little bit, as one generally does, right? Doesn't generally when you go through life, don't you? I mean, this is me, at least. Maybe I'm an exception to the rule. I never thought I was because I don't think I'm anything special. I guess it is actual J Danks. He is. He has been following me on YouTube. That is true. So, I assume it's actually him. So, but anyways, going back to what I was talking about is that I lost my train of thought there for a second. Dang it, Ortho. Dang it, man. No, what I was saying is like me personally. I got my train of thought back. It's on the rails again. Generally speaking, I go through life, and I take life as a learning experience, no matter how young or old I was and am and will be. Generally, that's the rule of thumb for me. Something happens, I try to learn a life lesson out of it. Because isn't that how you should be going through life? That's how you become more wise with age. You mature. That's how it is. But the left are like these perpetual, petulant, spoiled brat children. They don't accept reality for what it is. They try to rewrite history, rewrite science, rewrite narratives, rewrite their entire worldviews, just making stuff up. Really? That's it. And then when you actually call out their like bizarreness or complete like lunacy, they are the ones that are offended. They are the ones who are the victims. They're like, oh my God, how can you say this to me? How can you say that a man can't be a woman? How can you say that a man can't menstruate? How can you say that a man can't get pregnant? lunacy. Lunacy. Speaking of lunacy, this is also a symptom of society in general. I just saw. I was just. I have a habit of watching these um body cam videos of police arrest body cam videos, and there's these different channels on YouTube that play them, and some other people here on Realms with their streams, they show those sometimes. And there was this, I just finished watching one where there was this guy who was walking around with lockpicks and a knife, and he had a sledgehammer in his truck, and he had gloves, and he had a ski mask and things like that. And the cops were like, well, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing with that? And it's like, oh, I was just gonna go to my ex-girlfriend's. I was gonna, break in and watch her sleep, and if her dad confronted me, I was gonna use a knife to defend myself, and I don't know what I was gonna do if I was gonna do anything else. I was, insane, insane. Obvious, and he admitted he also had been diagnosed with mental health issues. So I mean, this is a symptom of society where we need to bring insane asylums back. That's really the gist of this whole spiel that I'm going through, is that we really fucking need insane asylums back. Not kidding. I'm not kidding. The streets of a city are not an appropriate place for people with mental illness. Well, Herb, I can bring you on maybe a little later when we talk about that. So stay on the stream. Like I said, I may bring people up into the voice chat, and we can have a little voice interaction, things like that. I don't mind that. I just for now, I'm just gonna kind of go through my stream like I normally do, just soliloquy and bloviate a bit, as I tend to do. So yeah, it's what I tend to do. So yeah, if people are interested, we may have a call in section where people can come into the voice chat, say a few words. I mean, obviously, I can't let you guys bogart the entire stream, but we could definitely have a fun conversation and have some fun with it. I remember back in the day when I started doing streams with this was after Bitwave, but on Realms there was Cocaine Mitch, and he was kind enough to let me get on his stream every so often, and we would have some fun conversations. So I'm open to it, I'm very open to that sort of thing because other streamers were kind enough to share their space with me. So I'd like to return the favor in a certain way. I wonder whatever happened to Cocaine Mitch. I know he had a kid, and then he kind of disappeared. Does anybody know what happened to Cocaine Mitch? I hope he's okay. He seemed like a cool guy. He seemed like a pretty reasonable, cool guy. Yeah, Cocaine Mitch. With the awoo. What about the crackhead guy? Crackhead Chris, he died. Crackhead Chris died. Yeah, stick around, man. If you're still around, I'm glad to have you on for a little while. Yeah, I was shocked about cocaine. One from my homie Cocaine Chris, man. Yeah, no. Cocaine Mitch was someone else. Cocaine Mitch had the that little anime awoo avatar, that was his profile picture with the MAGA hat. What was his name? Crack Rock Chris or something like that. Yeah. So many YouTubers and people have been dropping like flies lately, man. It's nuts. I think Cocaine Mitch was here at Realms, man. I don't think he was at Bitwave. At least I don't remember him on Bitwave, but I could be wrong. I could be remembering incorrectly. So if I am remembering wrong, that's my bad. Yeah, I actually remember having an interaction with CRC, where he was streaming and we had a little back and forth. I mean, I was just giving him some shit and he was giving me some shit. There was nothing personal about it. And he was entertaining. Definitely entertaining. He had a very particular way of expressing himself. Let's put it that way. Let's put it that way. Um, so yeah, yeah, one for my homie CRC, man. But anyways, going back to kind of what we were talking about the insane asylums and everything, it's like this world is insane, dude, and the left constantly do what they constantly do. Yeah, CRC was on Bitwave. That's for sure. I do remember CRC on Bitwave. Gypsy Crusader was on there for a while before, and then he got arrested. You know, I remember that too. I remember the whole Omegle stuff that he would do, which that stuff was just. He's still doing it. It seems he's still dressing up as the Joker, and he's still dressing up as the Riddler. I did see that ortho. I did see that video of J Danks raiding Gypsy Crusader's courtroom Zoom call. Dude, J Danks, that was epic. I gotta say that to you, man. If you're still listening to me, that was hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. Um, yeah, that got me. That got me. I was laughing so hard that I felt a little bad for Gypsy because I mean, what can he do? It's not his fault. But that was hilarious. I'm not gonna lie on that one. That was pretty fucking hilarious. But yeah, going back to what we were talking about here, let me briefly go over a couple of the news items here that I wanted to kind of go over. Like one of the big things that really bothers me, as usual, is how the left they just lie, and they keep doing exactly as I mentioned what they're doing. They haven't learned any life lessons. They're still using insightful language. Now you have a couple elections coming up, you know, and these elections, to an extent, are pretty darn important in the sense of they kind of gives us a glimpse. They give us a glimpse into the midterms in that sense. It doesn't necessarily mean that the way these elections go, the midterms are going to go. That's not necessarily a given, of course, because as we've seen, polls don't really mean a whole lot. They're very like general snapshots and general ideas of what the hell is going on. But at the same time, it's it is an insight, and it is something to think about when you have someone like Zoran Mamdani, or Mamdani, or whatever, however the fuck his name is pronounced. When you have people like that they have a big possibility of winning. You know, that gives you pause. That makes you think for a moment, and that makes you wonder what the hell is wrong with people. Honestly, that's what I wonder. And full disclosure, I lived in New York City for several years. So I'm not foreign to the insanity of what the fuck New York City is. New York City is basically a citywide insane asylum. Speaking of insane asylums, you have the craziest shit that happens in New York City I have never seen in any other part of the United States. I'm not going to lie. The stuff that I saw happen in New York City, and I only saw like not even really crazy stuff. I would say the stuff that I witnessed was, I would say, relatively speaking, milquetoast compared to stuff that I've seen on videos where people are like shooting at each other and killing each other and other things. Like I never went that far when I was around, at least. But at the same time, I saw plenty of nutty things. So when people have lived under the mayoral quote unquote leadership of people like de Blasio and people like Eric Adams, which Eric Adams, I mean, he's been not great. Has he been as bad as de Blasio? Not quite. I will give Adams a little bit of credit where credit is due. Because he hasn't done the insane stuff that de Blasio has done. De Blasio literally has blood on his hands for not only the COVID stuff. Let's forget the COVID stuff for a moment. Let's not even talk about that, because that's going to burst a blood vessel in my head. I don't even want to talk about that stuff right now. What I do want to talk about is more like there's certain parts of Queens that were very much kind of more gentrified, and you had for decades, since Giuliani, you had no real like serious crime in certain parts of Queens. You had like no murders happening for a long time. Entered de Blasio, stage left, and look what happens. You start getting people getting shot in the fucking head in a park. You have other more violent crimes happening. You have more criminal elements coming into those areas, because you have assholes like de Blasio who's like, oh, this area is too white. We need to bring in, the minorities. We need to create more diversity, because diversity is our strength, right? And that's what happens. You get people getting shot in the fucking head. You get people being assaulted, raped, murdered, things like that. Yeah. Just the logic behind that. Just the logic behind that. Think about that for a moment. It drives me absolutely up the wall if I start thinking about it deeply enough. It just does. It's aggravating. It's infuriating. It's quite infuriating, frankly. And what are you going to do? You would think that people in New York City would go, hey, I just saw Ortho's message there. Anyways, so I just find it infuriating, essentially, when when shit like that happens, because it's completely able. And then on top of that, okay, hey Frank, welcome to the stream. And so then what happens? You'd think that people in New York City would go, oh man, we had de Blasio as a mayor. Holy shit, what were we thinking? Oh my God. And then they vote in Eric Adams, who is like kind of all over the place, and he is leftist. He definitely is more like he hasn't been doing a great job, but he isn't one of those Democrats that really toe the line 100%. So you have had the party target him. They're investigating him, etc. Trump pardoned him. So now Democrats don't really like him because they think he's a Trumper, and all this fucking retardation. Shit like that. So what are you going to do? You think, okay, so we had de Blasio, total freaking disaster. We have Eric Adams, not a total freaking disaster, but not anything good, bit of a disaster. Now they have the opportunity to get another mayor in. And what do you think they're going to do? You have all these polls saying, oh, they're going to vote for Mamdani. They're going to vote for a guy who does not condemn people talking about expanding a global antifada. There's some clarification that he himself didn't say that there should be a global antifada, but he didn't condemn it. He didn't say, no, we shouldn't be, no, we shouldn't be using that sort of language or that lingo, stuff like that. He never like shied away from that, saying, no, that's not a good thing. Nope, didn't care. He, another claim about him, people were talking about how bad he is with the Jews. Okay, well, and Israel, and his stance on Israel. Well, I mean, certain things that he has said are wildly inappropriate for a mayor, any mayor, to say, saying that they want to arrest a foreign leader because they don't like him, according to them, because this foreign leader has committed some sort of war crime that there's no evidence of this foreign leader doing, because he said he wanted to arrest Bibi Netanyahu. And whether you like Bibi or you hate Bibi or you support Israel or you hate Israel, that's irrelevant. The greater point is a mayor of a city. Granted, it's New York City, but he's still a mayor of a city. Wants to try and arrest a head of state? Does he not understand, the diplomatic immunities, first of all, that heads of state have? Is he this stupid? And does he realize that him as a mayor, he has no authority, no power? He does not have any sort of enumerated power that says he can even remotely come close to doing something like that. Not even remotely close. Not to mention the fact that he lies all the time. And I know, politicians lie. I know. I get it. But it's especially egregious when you are literally caught in a lie because it is such an egregious lie. That's the thing. See, a lot of politicians, let's veer off the conversation for a moment. The thing that I have noticed about politicians over time is that politicians, they bullshit. They lie a little bit. They skirt with the skirt and flirt with the truth in many different ways. They bend the truth in many different ways. A lot of politicians don't outright lie to your fucking face. Hey, Asman420, welcome to the stream. Yes, I am still bugging. Yes, sir. I am always bugging. Whatever that means. But anyways, it's just frustrating to me to see this kind of stuff go down, and like he literally got caught in a bold-faced fucking lie. That is the thing that really pisses me off. Is like, you're not even being smooth about it. Like, you're not even a good liar. You're not a good performer, so to speak. Like, at least sell me the lie. If you're gonna lie to me, sell me the lie. Like, put some effort into it. What Mamdani did was lie about this aunt that after 9/11, his aunt stopped riding the subway because she was getting so harassed and she was so scared to ride the subway in New York City because she would wear a hijab. Oh, and he was crying about it. Crying. And guess what? This aunt never wore a hijab. She never had an issue riding the subway. And she never, she died. So she's not even alive. No, she never wore one to begin with. There's no photos of her in New York City. Ever since she lived in New York City, they looked at photos of, they found photos of her. Never once did she ever wear a hijab. And then he's like, oh, no, I call she's my cousin. I just call her my aunt. Really? No, she just died of natural causes, I guess. I don't know. I don't even know what she died of. I think just being old. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know what she died of. I didn't look into it that deeply, but it's like, well, wait a minute. No, no, I don't know where she died. I don't think she died on the subway. Am I going to go live in the field to report on the hurricane? Maybe I'll go to Jamaica and report live on the scene after the hurricane passes and after they clean everything up and the resorts are up and running again, and I can just visit the resort and I'll report then. I think that's my plan. See, me reporting live on the scene would involve me putting my face on camera, and I'm not quite prepared to do something like that just yet. Maybe I should just give up the Eternal Abyss persona and just fuck it and just go be me. But this isn't something I plan. I've been doing this for. I could wear a CRC mask. I can't talk like him though, man. He was never just be yourself. That is very wise advice, friendo. Never just be yourself online. That is truer words have never been spoken. You didn't even ride the subway. She went to the Subway sandwich restaurant. Yeah, I know, right, Ortho? Bitwave or DLive? What do you mean? No, I'm not on DLive anymore. I mean, I still have the account. I haven't deleted it. I don't stream to it right now because I don't have money to multi-stream to more than 2 platforms at a time. I'm a poor bastard. I'm just gonna say it. When it comes to this online stuff, I am not spending money on this. Unless somehow I start getting more followers, subscribers, and supporters, then maybe things can change, but not at the moment, no. Speaking of, hey, if you do enjoy my ramblings and my lukewarm takes and seeing a avatar just speak for who knows however long I feel like speaking, think about following, subscribing, hitting the notification bells, especially on Rumble because YouTube apparently has some weird algorithm stuff going on. And follow me on X and Truth Social. Yeah, there you go. There's the pitch. Back to rambling. Okay, so yeah, so for a long time people were saying, oh, you know, Mamdani's gonna win, Mamdani's gonna win, Mamdani's gonna win. Okay. The polls now are seemingly changing. It does seem like that the polls are a little weird because on the ground, people have been doing videos and just asking people who they're going to vote for, you know. And all of this stuff, you know, you have to take everything with a grain of salt, obviously, because 10, 20 people in an edited video that you watch that they say they're going to vote for Cuomo or they're going to vote for Sliwa, or they're gonna vote for Mamdani. You know, it's very much a very, very particular small snapshot. So it doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot. But let's say there is one thing to mention about that is that the fact that you do have some people that aren't keen on him. And they aren't keen on Cuomo. And some people have even said Cuomo should drop out because it seems like Sliwa his numbers keep going up while Cuomo plateaued. You know, and if Cuomo plateaued, that means he is not getting any more people to support him. He reached his ceiling. And if that's the case, well, maybe he should be considering teaming up with Sliwa in the sense of dropping out and doing what RFK Jr. did with Trump, saying, hey, you know what? Go and vote for Sliwa. Because Mamdani, even though he is a Democrat, and I am a Democrat, though he's running for it as an independent, just to prevent Mamdani from winning, maybe he should do that. especially if those polls are true, that Sliwa is indeed continuing to go up in his numbers and that Cuomo has plateaued, right? So that's a possibility here. So yeah, there's some things to consider. Well, you're just being subversive, Doom. Why, Tazzard? Or Tasered? Is it Tasered? I'm voting for Kumo. I don't vote in New York, so I don't care. Honestly, like this is my personal philosophy. Yeah, not in person. Y'all need to decalcify your pineal glands. Yes, you do. See, here's my thought process behind it. Now, on one side, I would much rather not see him win. On the other side, I kind of have this feeling of accelerate. I can't talk tonight. That video is just funny. That AI video, the cat with the shotgun and such. Anyway, sorry. What I was saying, this kind of accelerationism, if that's even the correct term, I kind of feel like New York needs it. New Yorkers, I don't think they understand how bad things are going to get under Mamdani. And many people that were not hardcore leftists learned a lot from Biden's 4 years, suffered a lot under Biden, and they then voted for Trump. So that is why I am thinking, maybe these people need to suffer under Mamdani. And they need to feel that pain, unfortunately. Yeah, that's how we got Carter. You're right. You had all these commies coming into the United States, and you had all this stuff in the hippies in the 60s and all that crap. Yeah, that led up to people like Carter coming into office. And see what happened with that too? See what happened with 4 years of Carter? Carter was a one-term president. He was a freaking disaster. He was an abso-fucking-lute disaster. For good reason. He was then not elected. Reagan won, historic landslide with Reagan, and I think that's what needs to happen with New York. Honestly, I do feel that they need to feel that squeeze. They do. And I don't revel or enjoy when people suffer, but seriously, it's like, if you can't learn your lesson in the civil way, in the nice way, well, then you're just gonna have to learn the painful lessons on your paychecks, living in squalor, living in the city, in a city like New York City, where it's gonna be even less safe. You're going to be even more discriminated against because Mamdani specifically said he was going to tax white people more. He wants to enact racist and bigoted policies. I mean, this is just what it is. He said it. And then he backtracks. He said he wants to defund the cops. And now he's like, no, I never said that. And there's like 20 X posts of him saying that, if not more. So, I mean, bathhouses. No, I don't go to bathhouses. I bathe at home, by myself. So I don't, I don't know what you're talking about. Frank is a big bathhouse. So it seems. So it seems. um. So that's what I feel New York needs to go through. I think New Yorkers really need to learn that, your leftist ways, your commie ways, your socialist, communist, Marxist ways are going to definitely come to bite you in the ass. And the more extreme socialist, communist, Marxist piece of shit that you would decide to throw into into a position of leadership, the worse it's going to get for you. The worse it's going to get for you. Look what happened in fucking London with Sadiq Khan. Look at what happened there. Look how bad it is. Where rapes are out of control. Where people are getting stabbed left and right. And he banned guns, he banned knives, and people are still getting stabbed. And people are still getting killed. And crime is out of control. London is a shithole. New York is already a shithole. Mamdani is going to make it an even bigger shithole. Full of even more shit. I can't explain this any clearer to people. And I know some of my friends on the left may just, if they ever happen to listen to this, oh, it's possible. Trust me. I like to say I've seen it all and nothing really shocks me. And there's a lot that does not shock me anymore. It does take a lot to shock me. But every day I hear stuff coming out of like New York City and other places. And I'm like, holy crap, I didn't think I'd hear that in my lifetime. So I can expect things to go much worse and become an even worse in places like New York City. It's definitely possible, DoomTube. I don't put it past that. I don't put it past it. The capacity for human stupidity and self-destruction, I put them on par with each other. Stupidity and self-destruction, I would say the depths are infinite. I call myself an eternal abyss. Those are eternal abysses. Okay? So, just saying. I really think that New York has not seen the worst of it, and holy crap, Mamdani is going to be the hold my beer guy. We're going to talk about the shutdown. Yeah, actually, you know what? We can just go into that subject because that's actually one of the main things I really wanted to talk about. So it's insane to me. Well, not really. It kind of is, but it not really is. I was expecting the shutdown. Let's start with that. I'm not surprised that the shutdown happened. The Democrats obviously completely own this. I don't care what people's opinions are of this. It doesn't matter if the Republicans have a majority. When you don't have a supermajority. And everybody knows that the Republicans don't have a supermajority. They have to have some Democrats vote with them. Okay? So, asterisk on that, people. Hey, learn your lesson. Give Republicans a supermajority. So then Trump can put through his entire agenda without Democrats obstructing him in this fashion and making you suffer by cutting your SNAP benefits. What about a scooper majority and everybody gets ice cream? Hell yes! Are you kidding me? I'd go for ice cream right now. I go for ice cream any day. I am a ice cream fiend. I will admit that. I love ice cream. I am just too sensitive about ice cream headaches, so I have to always eat my ice cream slow, which is not necessarily a bad thing because I do get to I get to enjoy it. Is there ice cream in BF6? Not yet. Well, damn it, there's no point in me getting it then. I was going to check it out. Screw that. We need ice cream in Battlefield 6. I've been hearing a lot of good things about that game. I have been. But going back to the shutdown, so absolutely the Democrats own this. They can try and blame the Republicans all they want. They can say, oh, the Republicans this, Republicans that. Yeah, supermajority in the Senate is probably not going to happen, no. However, with all the redistricting that's happening in the House, we may be able, the right may be able to win a couple more Senate seats, which will give them more leverage and make things a little bit harder for the left to be obstructionist. I don't think there's going to be riots, but what I think what's going to happen is this. A lot of people, a very specific demographic, let's just be factual, are going to be very, very fucking angry about losing their benefits. And they have already indicated on many a platform, including TikTok and such, that they're just going to go steal. They're going to steal their food. They're going to go to the supermarket. They're going to throw things in their their cart, and they're just going to walk out. So there's gonna be arrests. There's gonna be arrests. I think there's gonna be some more police action. You're gonna see some drama online. I don't think there's gonna be riots. To the point of riots, no. Is there gonna be some unrest here and there because people are going to go and try and steal food and try and steal stuff in places that they probably won't get away with? Yes. Man, that's such a like hot topic for me, and I'll explain why. So Herb is saying that they need to abandon the Republicans need to abandon the filibuster, and because the Dems will ditch the filibuster at the first opportunity they have anyway. Unfortunately, I believe that you have a point there, and I've been seeing some people talk about this on X. Some people are saying that the Republicans should just abandon that, get rid of the filibuster because exactly that reason. Now, it's one of those things that I don't like the idea. Abyss, just take the boomer pill and move to Thailand and get a dink wife. But I don't want to live in Thailand, and I don't necessarily want a dink wife. Texas is going to get Sharia law before New York City, I think. I don't know. They've been fighting back against that in Texas. They stopped that Sharia city. So I don't know if that's going to really happen. Get a dog wife. I can't stand the smell of weed. I'm sorry. I'm not into that stuff. I don't do that stuff, so that would not be good for me. As everybody who's listened to me before knows, I have sinus issues, and my sinuses do not like the smell of that. It smells like armpit and feet. I can't. It's skunk. I don't know. Some stoner girls can be hot. I've seen some stoner girls that are pretty attractive, but the stoner factor for me drops them down from like whatever number they are, it drops them down by a couple points for me because I'm not into it. I should take the boomer pill though, move to Nam and get some rice fields. Armpits and feet, dude. Weed stinks like fucking hell, dude. Dude, it sucks. You're right. It is a Senate rule. Going back to the filibuster. Now, see, this is the thing for me. You know, the Democrats have been playing a lot of fucking political games, and I think that the filibuster is a legitimate tool. I think it's a legitimate tool that a minority can use to raise awareness, try and get people on your side. I think it's not a bad tool to have for a minority. I don't know if anybody has seen. Hey, Hard 8, how you doing? Welcome to the stream, man. I don't know if anybody's seen the movie with Jimmy Stewart, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. There's a really good scene at the end, which is the pinnacle, the peak scene of the whole movie, when he goes through a filibuster, because he's like a naive, innocent, not corrupted by politics yet individual that ends up getting elected as a representative, I believe. I don't think it's a senator. It's as a representative. Good times, man. Glad you're here. Glad to have you. And it's a great movie, by the way. Great movie. If you haven't seen that movie, I recommend it. A lot of Jimmy Stewart movies are really good. I love old school movies like that. Some of them were preachy and some of them aren't that great, but there's a lot of good stuff too. Like the silver screen, like the movies of the Silver Age, whatever they're called. They have a certain kind of charm and quality to them that I think are really, really good. But anyways, that kind of highlights, of course, it's scripted and it's theatrical, and it talks and it shows like, oh, the filibuster can be used to gain support and change the hearts and minds of politicians and the nation and blah blah blah. Okay, yeah. That doesn't necessarily happen in real life, of course. I'm not naive. I'm not the kind of person that like, oh, it happened in the movie, so it must happen in real life. No, I don't. That's not. I'm not that derpy, not yet at least. But I've always felt that the filibuster is a useful tool. And I hate the idea of changing the rules to ram through legislation. Because what should be happening, if people were acting like adults in our government, is that you actually sit down, you actually have a conversation, you actually have a bit of compromise here and there, and you go, well, okay, listen, we are the minority. There's not much that we can demand and do, but hey, how about let's just work out on a deal and say, we'll give you what you guys want, but throw us at least one bone, and that bone has to be reasonable. You can't make an unreasonable demand and expect that your fellow colleagues in Congress are going to go, yeah, okay, let's go for that, even though it's completely unreasonable. No, that's not going to happen. That's not going to fucking happen. Of course not. Do I ever get a hooker? No. Fuck no. Are you kidding me? That's disgusting. What are you even talking about, Frank? But anyways. So that's the thing. It's like what happened with Harry Reid. Harry Reid changed the rules and started using the nuclear option. And then when the Republicans were using when the Republicans used the nuclear option, all of a sudden, oh my God, the right is abusing process. They're doing this, they're doing that. I was going to ask that, like, is Frank offering? Frank is a Thai hooker. Me so horny. Me love you long time. Me so horny. Oh, great. Now someone's going to clip that. Fuck me. Anyways. Now someone's gonna clip that too. Anyways, I should shut up now. So, yeah, I really need to be more careful what I'm saying on stream. Anyways, dang you people, dang you people. But yeah, you're right, Herb. That's the problem. We've reached an era where we we've reached an era where people are just not reasonable anymore. Do I like H-1B workers? No. Um, I think H-1B visas should be very limited, very few, very vetted. I mean, I don't think it's a bad thing to have a very limited number of foreign people coming in, and they should be able to provide something that we can't provide in-house, you know? And I do believe it has to be very limited. It has to be very vetted. Not just Indians, no. I think everybody should be eligible for an H-1B visa if they are qualified, if they sure, Sri Lankans as well. Why not? Why not? Um, it can be you know, the Punjabs and the Pajits. You know what? I'm kidding. But the point is this: it's like, yeah, there should be caps on that. I believe. I think American workers should come first. Because we're in America, for fuck's sake. We if we're gonna bring immigrants in, and I admit I come from an immigrant background myself. I haven't. My family has not been in America, in North America, in the United States for like 6, 8, 10, 20 generations. I'll be the first to admit that. So there's not enough money. Brahmin, what? Part 8, you're losing me, man. India, I'm not a pro India streamer. All I am saying is that if you're gonna do immigration, it has to be done legally, limited numbers. There has to be a cap. It has to be vetted, and you have to make sure that these people that are coming in are willing to assimilate. You know? Oh goodness, Kitty. You're throwing Kitty at me, Doom. Oh my goodness. Wait, sorry, I'm adjusting the microphone a little bit. It folded over here. I wanted to point up towards me, not away from me. Let me see if I can adjust this. Sorry if you're hearing any like scruffing sounds. Give me a moment, guys. I apologize. That's a good question, Herb. You know, the way I see it is it has to be like very highly specialized work. Like for example, if you're working with not that I want to help Elon Musk out for any reason, but let's say you have a company that it works on rockets. You know, maybe a rocket scientist. Abyss lists the top five my top 5 favorite Indians. Let me think about that. I don't even know if I know 5 Indians that I would put in the top 5. um, let me think about. Yeah, what Indians are we talking about? Are we talking about, you know, thank you, sir. Please come again, Indian or Indian? Like which one are we talking about? Aladdin is not Indian. Wait a minute. Was the original Aladdin Indian? Like from the a thousand, what's it called? Like Arabian Nights? Well, anyways, um, if we're talking about Indians, the dot Indians, let me think about that for a second. Let me finish this point about the H-1B visas, and then we'll return to that. So the visas should go to breedable cultural visas like Melania. Well, I mean that could be a requirement. I mean, like I said, to me, assimilation is the important thing. So if you have immigrants like that, that's the one thing. Like, let's go back several generations when we had the waves of like Irish coming in, Italians coming in, and other groups that are coming in. Many of these groups literally gave up their cultural heritage to be American. It was very common, for example, for like Italians to tell their kids, you don't speak Italian anymore. We don't celebrate the Italian stuff. We don't act Italian. You dress Italian. You speak. You dress American. You speak American. You act American. We're Americans now. No, Italians and Indians are way ethnically different, dude. Don't even go there. But the thing is, if people come and assimilate and embrace American culture and values, then that right there is a huge chunk of the solution to a lot of the problems that we have. Because even though people want to claim the United States is a melting pot, yeah, okay, you're melting all these things together, but they're not blending. You know what I mean? It's like you have all these different types of metals, for example, that you're putting into a pot. You're melting all these materials, but they're not becoming one. They're staying in their lane. H-1B is available to people with a bachelor's degree or higher, so you can think of any bachelor's degree required job that we need to import labor from India for. So can you think of any? Well, like I was saying, rocket scientists. If you're getting a degree in so, like the hard sciences, STEM, there's certain highly specialized fields that like could use people that have very specialized skills and abilities. But the thing is, my thing is this: we would need to exhaust our resources here first. We cannot have politicians who engage in sodomy. Yeah. I mean, the last administration, if we want to call it that, had people literally butt fucking in Congress. Their staffers were butt fucking in Congress, and recording it. The world we live in today. Wow. Did you, Herb? Did you love that? But yeah, but going back to your question about the top five Indians that I love, that I would say would be my top five. I don't know if I would say I like or love them or anything like that, but I think five people that Indian people, dot Indian. Big Mike loved it all, I'm sure. I don't know. I mean, I guess I know it's kind of cheesy to say this, but I guess one of the top five. And this is in no particular order, mind you. I'm just kind of shooting from the hip here. Well, that's true, Herb, and I think that needs to change. I think that the H-1B visas need to be more specialized. That's what I'm saying. I don't think a bachelor's degree should be the litmus test. I think people that have much more specialized skills should be the ones that we bring into our country, no matter from what country they're from, because at least they're contributing something that we can't contribute ourselves. I think we do need to have a much higher litmus test for that, like a threshold for that. Um, I mean, there's some weird things about Mahatma Gandhi, for example, but I mean, he's very well known for his peaceful protests and everything. I don't think he deserved to be assassinated the way he did. So that would be one Indian guy that I would say would be worth putting up on any kind of list of maybe Indians that are worthwhile to study and to to listen to his speeches and things like that. There's a lot of weird stuff about him too. He did a lot of these weird like enemas. I've read he did a lot of these weird cleansings that he was a weird guy too. Let's just be honest. I don't know if anybody knows who Dollar Mendy is. Dollar Mendy, he sings the song Tunak Tunak, and it's the best music video I've ever seen in my life. It's the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life. So he's gonna be on my list of Indians no matter what, dude. Yes, my man Dollar Mendy. There you go. No, I don't think tech CEOs need to be Indian. I think tech CEOs need to be people who understand tech and understand the product that they're selling, and they need to also respect like um, their users' privacy, data privacy. How they use the data, and our laws. And that's a lot of these companies like that are run by Indians, not just Indians, but all these tech companies that are more like globalized. That's the issue. It's not even Indians, because you had like the CEO of or like one of the heads. No, it was the CEO. It was the CEO of YouTube. Was this white chick, liberal white chick, and it was trash for a while. I mean, YouTube is still trash, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't so much the fact, like being Indian in and of itself wasn't the issue. It was that she was garbage as a CEO, and she was political and biased, that she was just destroying YouTube. No state wants to go through an aging population and plummeting birth rates. The solution that some insular nations built was to outsource nurse practitioners. There has to be a balance. Well, Hardy, you raise a good point. I mean, globally, um, there is a big problem with birth rates. All around globally, especially in Europe, where the populations, um, well, they were mostly white, and now things have changed. You do have this problem of low birth rates. Well, the problem with low birth rates is that you have zero growth, which means your population is just going to get older and older and die off. And whites are already a minority in many countries now, and you have all these European countries importing all these third world country migrants. They're wiping out culture. They're destroying people's lives with rampant crime, rapes, things like that. I mean, look at England. England is a clear example of in just a decade, mind you, how bad shit has gone down. It's mind-numbing. Quite mind-numbing. It's terrible. The UK has completely lost its mind and its way. Canada is going in that direction. Well, feminism is a big problem too. Absolutely. You have like the abortion. So along with abortion, feminism, urbanization and industrialization plays a role in that. Like there's a lot of contributing factors. When you have an economy that's set up in a way that makes it so difficult to live just by yourself as a single woman or a man, the thought of marrying someone and having kids and having to finance all that, just the thought of the cost of a wedding makes me flop sweat almost, because it's like, it's insane. If you think about it, it's insane how much money people spend on a wedding alone, much less think about all the expenses that everything happens afterwards. Apologize to India? For what fucking reason? I'm not apologizing to India. No way. Not happening. It's way cheaper to import people than support higher birth rates. Unfortunately, you may be right, DoomTube. It is probably cheaper that way, but the thing is, that doesn't help your country long term. I mean, one of the main purposes of government. It is a horror show, Heart 8. It absolutely is. The father of the bride has to pay for the wedding. Well, in theory, yes, but that doesn't always happen that way. But going back to what I was saying is the whole, one of the main goals and one of the main purposes of government is to ensure the country exists, not just through one generation or two generations. It's to encourage growth, encourage its population to essentially procreate, create new taxpayers, essentially new workforce people. That's one of the main purposes of what government is supposed to do. And our government, for the longest time, was doing that, was actually promoting marriage, giving tax breaks to marriage. That's why marriage has also been, for the longest time, defined as a contract between a man and a woman. That's what marriage was all about, and it should be about, because the government needed to encourage people to do that, to have kids, get married, give the government more taxpayers and more people to go into the workforce and work in the factories, in the mines, in the military. You have more soldiers go into the government. I'm pouring myself a drink, by the way, which is one of the benefits of the new microphone. I can walk around while I talk. Hey. Hopefully, you guys can still hear me. I don't think my microphone is cutting out because it has a pretty long fucking range, actually. Let me see if I can see the lights from here. Check. Yep, I can still see it. Nice. So there you go. Excuse me, I'm just drinking a little bit. I need some fluids. I am not muted. Do not play that game with me. I'm not muted, motherfuckers. No, but seriously, that's why the government, for the longest time, promoted marriage and defined marriage. And every government, every society, that's why they did that, because the whole point was, hey, we need to make sure that that there's going to be next generations upon next generations of citizens. Simple. This isn't complex. This isn't rocket science. But now we're in this situation where people don't want to have kids, and the ones that are having kids are murdering them through abortion. So it's just one of those things now. The problem is overpopulation, but not overpopulation in general, but overbreeding of stupid people. We don't have enough ways for stupid people to die off. That's part of that's kind of a problem in and of itself. That's kind of I define that more like a Russian doll problem, because that's a smaller problem within a bigger problem. Life used to be hard and enforced the natural selection process. Yeah, in a way, yes, that's true. But at the same time, it was a little different too, because you had life was situated in a way back in the day where people, there was a reason why people had like 9, 10, 11 fucking kids. And up until, well, even with the Industrial Revolution, you still had people. Oh, right, the top 5 Indians. I'll get back to that. Um, but even with the Industrial Revolution, one thing is that people still had a lot of kids. Um, so the Industrial Revolution in and of itself wasn't necessarily the biggest problem here. I think the biggest problem is when you started having this radical change in how people viewed family, how people viewed politics, starting with the suffragettes. For example, you had a lot of women that didn't want to vote. They did not want that vote. But you had a small, vocal, militant, violent group that pushed for the vote. And that changed a lot of stuff. You had feminism, you had all this indoctrination of, oh, you know, don't have kids, don't stay at the home, murder your children. Like that, it's not so much the industrialization itself, the Industrial Revolution itself. I think that opened the door to other problems. But I think that a lot of it has to do with the mindsets more than anything. The problem is our infrastructure is very energy inefficient. We need to emulate animals like the bee and live in densely packed hexagons. I don't want to live in a hexagon though. I think it is a sin of the largest magnitude that we as a people and technology wise, like science, that we're not taking advantage of geothermal energy. We have so much untapped energy that we don't have to worry about clouds. We don't have to worry about solar. We don't have to kill birds. We don't have to burn animals and murder them with wind and sun. You're eating curry right now, and I will never stop your H1B. Well, that's fine, sir. I mean, if you want to have lava coming out of your ass, go ahead, eat curry. Exactly, they aren't. Wind turbines aren't even the best way to get wind energy. DoomTube is saying that yes, they aren't. And all the metal that is being used to produce these things, all the industrial byproducts that are made to build these windmills, all the industrial byproducts that are made, that are produced to make solar panels, and all the grease and oil and everything that you need to for the wind turbines to spin. And the chemicals so they don't freeze? Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, I think the elites are hiding some super energy tech until they have a good way to thin their herd efficiently and quietly. Maybe, I don't know. Upskilling is key. Train the military men already in position to be able to enter energy fields. Oh, engineering fields. I'm sorry. I'm out of it. Train the military men already in position to be able to enter engineering fields. Yeah. There's really a lot. There is really a lot that you could do to go from military to civilian life, that they could train people in a lot of different things and transition them that way. Well, I'll definitely not be able to bobble my head in that fashion, sir. Nuclear is a good option too. Honestly, nuclear is one of the most efficient sources of electrical energy if you do it right. Yeah, you know. Well, of course, yeah. Vets get a lot of it, a lot of benefits. So, in my top 5 list of Indians, does it count if I use fictional ones, or do they have to actually be real people? Real, damn it. Okay. I was gonna say the Indian guy from The Simpsons was I always thought he was hilarious, but I guess if that doesn't count. The sick Jesus? I'm not sure what that is. Yeah, I can't remember his first name. I remember his last name, Nahasa Pima Patalon. But for some reason, the first name is escaping me from The Simpsons. How is it that I remember the fucking last name and not the first name is beyond me. I don't I don't know who the great Kali is. Apu, right? Apu Nahasa Pima Patalon. Yeah. How can I fucking forget Apu? Good God, man. I am really freaking out of it. Bloody Jeets are the best. um, I don't think I know that many Indians. That's the problem. I don't know that many Indians that are in the forefront of my mind that I would say that I can't even fill a list of 5. I'm trying to think if I know any others that I know that are interesting or I would say that are worthwhile like researching and looking into or like see I don't like any of the CEOs. um I work for myself. I don't work for other people. I don't have an IT department. I am my IT department. Oh, Cash Patel, right? Fuck me. Yes, he is Indian, isn't he? Vivek. I will say this about Vivek. Vivek. He is very well spoken. Um, I don't have Cash Patel socks. Um, what's his name? There was this other guy who oh my god, like I am drawing so many blanks on Indian names right now. The guy that he used to you know what? Let me see if I can find his dumbass on. Hold on. Let me look at my profile here on whoop, nope. Didn't mean to click that. I probably should post that I'm live right now on my X account. Whatever. Where is that? Where is that? Give me 2 seconds here. Oh, here we go. Dinesh D'Souza. He used to be a pretty big debating powerhouse back in the day. No, Michael Jackson was supposed to be black, and he did all this weird stuff to make himself look white, which makes it hilarious when he starts then singing a song that, with the lyrics, "All I want to say is they don't really care about us." Actually, I think Fuentes lost to Dinesh D'Souza. I don't think that Fuentes really did a good job with that debate. From what I hear, I haven't watched it, so I don't know. But Dinesh D'Souza definitely. No, Fuentes is Mexican. But speaking of Fuentes, that's a great segue into the Tucker Carlson, or Carlson, as some people call him now. Thoughts on Cash Patel? Oh boy. Let's talk about that first, actually, since we're still on the topic of Indians. So, Cash Patel. I'll say this. I think he's trying. I'm not sure how much he's succeeding, but he's trying, and I think that's one thing that I can at least appreciate about what Cash Patel does. He has that weird bug-eyed look on him that freaks me out. a little bit. Every time I see him, he looks like he's like someone is goosing him in the ass or something like. He's like, you know. His JD's wife, JD Vance's wife, is Indian. Yeah, but he definitely has a weird look about him. I'm not gonna lie. Kash Patel freaks me out a little bit when I see him because he has that weird look in his face. But he's been trying to do a pretty decent amount of work as the FBI director. I feel that there are certain things that I wish he would do better. I have mixed feelings about him. I do feel the whole Epstein thing was a absolute cluster disaster. I feel that everybody, Pam Bondi especially, holy crap, don't even get me started on her. She really, really screwed up that whole thing. So bad. So bad. It's not even funny. But Kash Patel, I feel like his hands are tied to a degree. Yeah, and I don't agree with that. The American dream is the American dream. Even if you come from other parts of the world, when you come to America, the whole point of the American dream is you integrate into America. You become American. Yes, yes, Frank. Pam Bondi is my favorite Indian. Do something comfy. I don't know what's comfy. What would you like me to do? Yeah, you just choked on. Oh, you okay, friendo? Are you all right? I don't want people dying on my stream, dude. Come on, don't do this to me. America's an idea, Jack. Friendo down, friendo down. We need Pepe stat. But yeah, this whole thing with Fuentes, good God. Listen, I'm going to be honest with you, people. I've never really followed Nick Fuentes that much. I had heard about Nick Fuentes a long time ago. I started looking at a few things of his because some people were talking about how controversial he was. And, you know, my rule of thumb is this. I don't care what people say about someone. I need to verify myself. So I'm going to always go and listen to, like, if some people say, oh, Ben Shapiro is this. I'm like, okay, let me listen to Ben Shapiro. Or if someone says, oh, you know, Cenk Uygur is this, or Hassan Piker is that, or Candace Owens is a nutbag. Okay, I'm gonna listen. I want to see exactly what they're talking about. I'm not gonna take it at face value. So when I started hearing about Nick Fuentes, I'm like, okay. I went and looked at one video. There was one video of his, and he literally picked his nose during he was doing his political spiel like he does even today, with the green screen backdrop and his little suit and with his weird shaped hands. He has weird shaped hands. Have you ever seen his hands? They're weird. Just saying. Just pointing that out. They're weird. Anyways, the point is, he started picking his nose, pulled out a booger, and ate it on camera, on stream. I'm going to pause there for a moment. Let's get a moment of silence as a pause here. Think about that just for a second. Well, I guess he was hungry. I don't know. But think about this for a moment. Everybody's like, oh, and Nick Fuentes is like, I'm the leader of this enormous movement. I'm this, I'm that, I'm this also. Like, dude, you eat burgers. You eat burgers. I cannot take anyone serious if you eat your own boogers, especially if you eat them on stream. What is the matter with you? And he could be the biggest leader of any movement whatsoever. Okay? That's still disgusting to me. I don't eat boogers. I never have eaten boogers, even when I was a child. It's good for your immune system. It might be. It might be, J Danks. Could be. You might be onto something. Well, listen. My philosophy is this. I think Nick Fuentes is one of those people that he's a genetic dead end. He can never be taken seriously. Yeah, maybe. No, I'm not saying people are perfect, man. Nobody's perfect. I'm not perfect. I definitely have my flaws. But all I can say is if you want to be taken seriously as a political pundit, as someone who wants to have political clout, and you want people to take you seriously, I'm not gonna go on stream, you know, and pick my nose, eat my boogers, eat my earwax, scratch my balls, fart on camera, or fart in the microphone. I don't even know what pag is. For one, I'm glad to see white supremacists like Nick go mainstream. I guess so, Doom. I don't know if I agree with that, because my personal belief system basically prevents that sort of thing. I can't, as a Catholic. For those that may not know, I'm Catholic. If you haven't heard any of my streams for the first time, Catholicism precludes that from its belief system, because if you prescribe to the belief that everyone is the children of God, and that everyone is of equal dignity, supremacy just doesn't exist in that worldview. Now, said that doesn't necessarily mean that everything is equal. Star Trek 6 and 7 or 7, which one were those? I don't know the numbers. No, you cannot eat Catholic and eat boogers. You have to respect your body. That's disrespecting your own body. Boogers were made to be expelled from your body, not ingested as food. It's a traditional Filipino dish. I don't know. I don't know what that stuff is. So I'm not gonna put my. No, I didn't like that one with the whale. I liked the con. I liked con. Con. I liked that one. I liked. I thought, if are we talking only Star Trek movies with the original cast, or are we talking all Star Treks? Because if we're only talking the original series cast movies, I would have to say Khan, The Wrath of Khan is probably one of my favorite ones. Why would Italians want to go to space? They got their spaghetti and food all and everything here. It's way better to be on terra firma. Forget about it. Hey. Yeah, Fuentes said that Lord of the Rings is stupid and Game of Thrones is awesome. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. That right there shows to me he has incredible poor judgment. Incredibly poor judgment. How can you even think that? It's ridiculous. But yeah, you can't really prescribe. He does. It wouldn't surprise me. But he's been known to fraternize with catboy dicks. Is that what you're telling me, friend? For the cause. For the cause, of course. Of course. Of course. Yes. Well, I think Herb wanted to say a few words about Fuentes and Tucker, so I can see if I can get him on here. Are you still here, Herb? I don't see him in the voice lobby anymore. So if you want to jump on, Herb, if you're still around, be my guest. I can have you come on here and voice your opinion on this. So I saw part of it. I saw part of the interview that Tucker did with Fuentes, and yeah, I think lately Fuentes has been saying things just to get himself onto Twitter trending. He explains to the One Jew podcast that he likes to be unpredictable lately, and it works. He's on Twitter trending almost every day. Yeah, Herb Bud Green. That's right. That's right, Toasticles. He was on. He is. He's still alive, dude. He was on my YouTube chat. I don't know if he's still around. He was here for a while. He wanted to say a few words, but I think he's gone now. But I saw the interview between. Oh, wait a minute. Is someone in the voice chat? There you go. Let me drag you here. Now, hold on. Let me see if I can hear you, first of all, because I got to be able to hear what you're saying. All right.
Hey, what's up, Abyss?
Yo.
Hey, man, how's it been?
It's been a while, man. I'm doing all right. Welcome to the stream, dude. There's a bit of an echo because it's coming from my monitors, not in a headphone, so don't mind that.
Oh, it sounds okay. I didn't know. Did you didn't watch the whole interview, or?
Not all of it. I think I saw like basically the second half of it. I missed the first half of it because they were showing it here on Realms. So I found it interesting. I'll just say this few words and then you can have the floor for your thoughts on it. I found it interesting because it seemed like he kept doing this kind of back and forth where he was like saying something and then Tucker was like, yeah, and this, but people are saying this. And then he would go, yeah, I agree with you, Tucker, but, and then he would backtrack. Like he was doing this weird back and forth thing where he was trying, like saying something like not even controversial because he wasn't saying anything controversial. And then he'd just back off on it. That was my impression of it. Maybe it was just because I only saw part of it. I don't know. So what do you think about that?
I mean, I guess if you're specifically talking about the part where they were talking about the Jews,
yeah,
is that what we're talking about? Okay, yeah. I feel like what Tucker was doing, which I mean, it's not like an insult to him. I think it kind of needed to be done, but he was asking, like, even though I imagine he knew better, he was asking sort of like the real broad, like, do you hate Jews because they were born Jews type of question. He asked that like 3 times, right? And Nick all 3 times says no. I don't care. I don't think it's something genetic or anything. And he kept coming back to this. I don't think he wanted to say anything controversial. I think his point is that there's this common denominator with these people who are, maybe he could call like haters or whatever, like pro-Israel people, like it's just that there's a common denominator there that no one really wants to point out.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I mean about it. In the interview. He kept saying, well, like Tucker Carlson was saying, well, it's not all Jews, right? And then Fuentes would go like, oh yeah, I know it's not all Jews, but then on X and on his own streams, he doesn't really make that distinction. So that's what I was saying is, like, to me, he seemed like he was soft pedaling his positions a little bit to try and be more accessible, I guess.
But I don't think he was misrepresenting his positions. I think
no. I don't think it was misrepresentation. All I'm saying is I felt like he was soft pedaling a little. That's all.
Sure, yeah, but you wouldn't you? I mean, he's not trying to come off as offensive in this moment, right? This is his moment for people to actually listen to what he has to say. So he doesn't want to say anything that's going to put them off right away. He wants to sound reasonable.
Right. And that's exactly what my thought is that he was definitely curating the way he was expressing himself for a wider appeal. Because if he just goes off like he does in his own streams, obviously people would kind of be taken aback. The normies would be taken aback by that, the way I see it. But if you want it, but he also is someone that constantly says, well, I'm standing on principle. This is about principle. This is this and that. So I'm like, well, wait a minute. If it's so much on principle, shouldn't you stand firm on that and not necessarily soft
Well, I
pedal
thought that
yourself a
was,
little bit?
like he was really, Tucker's really harping on this like Joe Kent thing, right? Apparently he's very fond of Joe Kent,
Uh-huh.
right? So like, but I feel like Nick's sort of explanation that like, that this really isn't personal, right? This is these guys like turned on me based entirely on my political opinion, being like different than theirs or opposed to theirs, and
Mm-hmm.
so then they took it and tried to personally cancel him, right? What like they were like they dis or maybe not canceled, but like disavowed. They
Right.
disavowed him completely after embracing him and his support up until that point, right? And he didn't say anything different. It wasn't like he came out and changed his position on anything. It was just that they found out or whatever someone told him to.
Mm-hmm.
So like I can understand. So Tucker's position was like, well, we all kind of agree with you now. We're all here with you criticizing Israel. And so like why were you mean to people in the past? And for Nick's kind of like, well, like they've been mean to me up until this point. It's like kind of, you know, uh, eye for an eye. And then but now they agree with him and it's like, okay, he's like, I'm willing to let bygones be bygones. So I don't really see like what the problem is there really.
Well, I'm not necessarily saying that there's some strict problem with anything. It just felt to me like it was just a little weird, this constant like back and forth of, oh, like I agree with you and I agree with you and I agree with you. It was like it was kind of strange to see that interaction between Tucker Carlson and him, because I would think it seemed like Tucker Carlson like slung harder questions at other people in other interviews and like really softballed a lot of questions towards, like you're saying, like he kept it broad. He kept it very like.
Agreed. I think the interview was designed to be more of like a
Mhm.
meeting of the minds, like of like a common, like let's find some common, like it's publicly known that these guys don't like each other,
Yeah.
right? Like they're a public feud, and like people have been saying like, oh, you need to have this guy on for however long, years
Hmm.
probably. And so, like, people, like anyone that's watching that interview, they know about Tucker. Most of them know about Nick. And
Yeah.
it's like, instead of just having like usually like Nick gets like ambushed. And like, listen, I'm not a big fan of Nick, right? But like, I do line up with him on a lot of positions, like, but but yeah, he usually just gets ambushed and gets, called out as like a anti-Semite and a racist or whatever. And it's boring. You know what I mean? They don't want to like delve into it at all. And I feel like Tucker kept it broad to give Nick like a good opportunity to like lay out his positions, and
Yeah.
for sure, like vanilla mainstream 10 years ago, on Reddit type of way
Right.
or
Right. Right.
whatever. Um, but yeah, I thought that it was kind of boring in that sense, like he was filleting Nick, but like I don't know what the alternative was to be like if it was really antagonistic, I don't think it wouldn't have lasted very long.
Well, I don't necessarily think it should have been antagonistic. The one thing that I could probably say, like if I was conducting an interview like that, and I'm not a reporter, I'm not someone who does interviews, so I'm speaking from purely from a layperson's point of view. But I would just say, okay, everybody knows the controversial things about Nick Fuentes. you could go through that litany and say, well, people say this about you, say this about you, say like, how do you respond to that, or like, or are you an anti-Semite? Are you this? Are you that? I just felt that Tucker really was just like, it's kind of just like, let's just kind of roll through this and just let it go and just let him talk and just kind of keep it really relaxed and everything. Which there's nothing strictly wrong with that, but if for someone who, like, I'm used to seeing debates with Andrew Wilson, and even just there was today the stream with Crowder. Steven Crowder had Dave Smith on, because Dave Smith has been saying a lot of things about in the past about impeaching Trump and essentially saying that Trump should be buried under a prison. So he's inciting violence against the president of the United States, technically speaking. And they had a civil debate and back and forth, but there was a little bit more kind of like a little bit of more tension underneath there. There was a little bit more back and forth, and it was more entertaining.
I mean, I think legitimately, that's the thing about it, is like, if you've been watching Tucker lately, like him and Nick, they do agree on, like, it's kind of like, okay, they may disagree on like the nature of like the Jews and like how sort of malicious like the culture or whatever it is, right? But they both like have critiques of Israel, and their solutions to these things are pretty much the same. Like, you don't have to make any laws against Israelis, right? You just say like, hey,
right,
everyone's got to be for me, I would go further than I think what Tucker says. I would say like, everyone, to be a U.S. citizen, you can't be any other citizen. You have to renounce any other citizenship to be a U.S. citizen, right? Like,
yeah.
that's where I think that solves a lot of problems right there.
Yeah, and I think that angle of it, because I did listen to that part of the interview, and I think generally speaking, that's reasonable on all sides. Like, we should not have dual citizens serving in Congress or in the Senate.
Why do we need them at all?
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Like, why can you be Italian and American? Like, when Italy and America have been at war with each other, like, that's how can you serve, but how can you be loyal to both nations?
Yeah, you can't. And when you have people like Ilhan Omar saying, "Oh, I serve Somalia," basically, and when you have others like some people with Israeli citizenship saying, "Well, I serve Israel." I'm like, "No, you're in the American legislature, you bastard. You serve the Americans." United States, you don't serve other countries when we elect your ass and our taxes pay for you to be there.
But see, what happens, Abyss, is if you say something like that, because of the fact that almost everyone serving in the Congress that is a dual citizen, I believe all of them are Israeli dual citizens, right?
Well,
Every
they're not
single
all
one.
of them. Yeah, the majority. There's a majority of them there. Yeah.
Ilhan Omar, probably, yeah. There's a couple, not, but anyway, most of them are Israeli dual citizens. So they're going to be like, well, you're targeting Jews because the Jews are the only ones that are affected by this. And we've seen this before. We've seen it in the 1930s in Germany. They were targeting our leaders. You know what I mean? And then you go down that hall, and it's what they do every time. And then it's just like this. It's less and less effective now. But, if they can frame it right, then it is effective,
Oh, sure. Absolutely. But yeah, there's like these Hispanic representatives that they're serving the interest of Mexico and whatever Latin country they come from. You have Ilhan Omar, who serves Somalia. You have these people that are serving the interest of Israel. And then you have American only citizens that are serving the interest of lobbyists and corporations, big pharma, and all this other bullshit. So a lot of reforms need to happen to ensure the integrity of the people creating laws. So I am perfectly, and I've said this many, many times on my stream, I am a firm believer that nobody is above reproach. Nobody is above criticism. I don't care if you're Italian, if you're African, if you're Swedish, if you're Indian, if you're Somalian, if you're Israeli. It doesn't matter to me. If you're doing something stupid as an individual or a country, I'm going to call you out on it. And if you as a country, if you are a dual citizen, I don't care what dual citizenship you are, you should not be serving in Congress as a dual citizen. You have to renounce your citizenship. Now, the dual citizenship thing is also a little weird on a civilian side of things, because I can give you an example that you have, for example, like Italy. Italy is one of those countries where there's this agreement between the two countries where an individual can hold an Italian citizenship and an American citizenship, and in the eyes of the Italian government, if you hold that dual citizenship, you're Italian. But in the eyes of the American government, you're American. They don't technically recognize a status of, quote, dual citizenship legally, but they don't do anything about it if you happen to have that kind of second citizenship. You know?
Okay. Like, so you can't, like, I think where you're going with this is like, you can't really regulate like a person's relationship with another country necessarily. Like we can't tell Mexico you can't give American citizenship, right?
Right.
But we can tell, right? Like we know who's a citizen of where. You know what I mean? Like we have access to that information.
We probably
right. So
we probably do.
We definitely do. Like they have to get that information to come in. We know who they are. We know who everyone is, right? Like we know if you went to Mexico and you came back, like you got citizenship. Yeah, they've talked to our State Department before you got citizenship there, right? Like if you were to get a citizenship of Canada, Canada will have checked with the State Department and done background checks and things like that on you. So they know what's going on. So I'm saying is when the government finds out that you're going through this process or that you've become a citizen of another country, then the penalty is like not necessarily like we're taking it away, but hey, maybe you didn't know you can't do this and you have this much time to renounce all your other citizenships, or you will have your citizenship like abolished or whatever the word is.
You know, that's a good question. I've never looked too deeply into that sort of issue, so I'm not even sure how much information is shared between governments. Like, because like I said, I know for a fact, like certain European countries, like that's just the agreements that the governments have that they may know, they may do. I'm pretty sure they do know if someone's a dual citizenship, but they just don't like officially recognize it. If you have an American citizenship and an X citizenship of like France, Italy, UK, whatever. So
unless you never used it, right? Like I guess if you got it, if you went to France on your US passport, got citizenship, got your French passport somehow, and never used your French passport ever, then maybe they wouldn't realize it. But I feel like if you're trying to travel around different countries and use different passports, it becomes very obvious what you're doing because you just look at the fucking stamps and be like, this person has multiple passports a lot of times. You know what I mean? Like,
right. Yeah.
Just based on the.
I get that. Yeah. So, but I mean, I think that it wouldn't be that difficult for us to regulate it as our government. I mean, our government can regulate almost anything. So I think it wouldn't be difficult to say, okay, you have to, as part of your swearing in as a representative or a senator or a judge or whatever, as part of that process, the part of the process is you're renouncing every other citizenship you may have a connection to. And that this is part of the legal process of being put into that position. And that's it. You're done. You officially have to renounce it as part of the oath, as part of the swearing in process. You're done.
So it kind of like reminds me of something I've been thinking about. What do you think about in America as being like a multi-ethnic country, where like there's all these different, different white ethnicities. There's the ethnicity of like black and there's Native Americans and all different people, right?
Sorry,
and some of
Chad
them
is making
not
me laugh.
but some of them, not all of them, are like like part of our history, part of our like foundation. I would say like,
Right.
white, blacks, some Asians, like, that built the railroads, and like,
Hmm.
some Hispanic, in the Southwest,
Sure.
so like, what if we were to make racial like reservations for people? We're like, kind of like an Indian reservation. We're like, the Amish would have a reservation. Like in Pennsylvania, black people could have a reservation, and
Aren't aren't urban
Italian.
cities aren't urban cities essentially reservations of blacks? I mean, their 90% population
No,
is
no,
black.
cities are no, they're forced multiculturalism. Like, there are hardly any like really truly black neighborhoods anymore. They're all overrun with Hispanics and illegal immigrants, because
I don't know
they're
about
just the
that.
poor. A lot of them are. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure you have some anecdotal experience and some that aren't, but like a lot of black neighborhoods have been sort of, quote unquote, like, I guess gentrified is not the right word, but they've been, um, we have so many Hispanics now, and more all the time. But yeah, like, I would say that cities are multi-ethnic, like multicultural. And I'm saying, like, shouldn't every culture have like a chance to like live in its natural state?
Well, I mean, that kind of happened naturally with waves of immigration back in the day. So when you had like
Yeah.
The Irish come in, the Irish had their enclaves. When you had like Chinatowns, you had little Italies. You had they were all congregated and stayed amongst themselves because they came in en masse, all together. So they would stay together. They would kind of self-segregate, and they thrived. Actually, it was very good for them for integration purposes as well, because they weren't thrown into a situation where they're like, I'm in the middle of all these different groups and ethnicities. I have no idea what's going on. I don't know. I have no idea what all these cultures are. I don't know what all these languages are. They had enclaves of people from, I guess if they came from, I don't know, Berlin, for example. So all the German towns. I know, like in Pennsylvania, there was a huge German population. So Pennsylvania today still has a German town, a section of Pennsylvania that's it looks like it's a chunk of Germany right there. The way the homes are built and everything, with those X crossed wood beams and all that kind of, like, I can't, I don't know. I know there's a specific name for it. I can't think of the name of it right now, but that happened naturally. And now what happened, and also with black communities tended to also stay together. So, and up until the 70s, even the black communities were striving. They were the fastest growing economic population, like economically, in the United States for a while. And then,
Because they had a society then, right? Like,
mm-hmm,
they had like a whole society. Now they don't. Now they just have like the bottom level of society. It's like crabs in a bucket, right? Like,
mm-hmm,
they're all, the only thing they look up to is like athletes and musicians and criminals, or entertainers and criminals. And then everyone else is like, if you become like a doctor or a lawyer, you're just acting white. And
yeah,
all those people end up just moving to white neighborhoods because, hell, they're acting white. Why shouldn't they live in a white neighborhood?
exactly, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So to go back to what your kind of question is, I don't know if we necessarily have to implement something like that. I think that if people are allowed.
I mean, purely for, not even to help like black people or to make it where we get to have like white supremacy areas or any of that shit,
Mhm.
but just for the simple like preservation of culture, right? Because I feel like that's like the one thing everyone can agree, that culture is like being completely, um what's the word, it's like it's all the same, it's all becoming the same across the board because of the internet and everything. And like, these little cultural communities are disappearing because everyone's just on the internet all the time. So I think it's worth preserving, I mean, the Amish are pretty good at preserving themselves, but other communities aren't. We got to preserve like the New Jersey Italians, and make sure that they have the proper grease and like deli meats and stuff.
um, proper grease. I like that. No, but the thing to me is this: is like I think what should happen is because human beings have this tendency to to go with what is familiar to them, and that is their heritage, their culture, their language, everything. That's why places um, uh, uh, like the Norwegian countries, like Sweden and such, they thrive very well and have very little until they introduced all the migrants. Like Sweden used to be almost a paradise before all these migrants came in. Now they're the rape capital of Europe because of the hegemony, or however it's pronounced, homogeneousness nature of their
Homogeneity.
yeah, their homogeny. They were they basically were all one ethnic group. They shared the same culture, the same beliefs, the same values, the same religion, the same
Right.
everything, the
Right.
same.
And just to be clear, like I'm not saying that like we give the Somalians a reservation. They don't get a reservation, right? It's only like the founding groups. You know what I mean? If you were important in our foundation, like if you came over here as a refugee, you should just assimilate. Like your culture is back over there. Like get educated, go back over there, rebuild your fucking country, right? But Africans don't really have that option. You know what I mean? Like black people in America, anyway. Like you know what I mean? Like the
Well,
African Americans, the ex-slaves. Like they're not from somewhere anymore. They're from here now. You know what I mean? And like I would say
yeah.
like if you're seventh or eighth generation Chinese, your ancestors built the railroads, maybe, and came over as like a slave essentially also, then maybe you're also fucking historically American, right? But yeah, like if you're from Guatemala and you came in the 90s,
You know
like
what
get
I
fucked.
think? Let me interrupt you for a moment. You know what I think? I think I would take your idea. I would take it a step further, and this is what I mean. Um, in 2025, it's almost ridiculous, in my opinion, that you still have people coming to the United States to quote unquote seek a better life. And the reason why I say that is because there is so much economic prosperity, like the potential for economic prosperity all around the world, that it seems
Well,
very it seems very strange to me that the only option that some countries like China, really, you're from China and you want to come to the United States for a quote unquote a better life. I don't buy that. You're from Italy nowadays. Like I can understand post World War II when Italy was decimated and you had no economy. People were eating dirt. They were dirt poor. Yes, I can understand post 1940s coming to the United States for a better life. But in this day and age, you know what the better option is, in my opinion? If your country is such a shithole that you need to come to our country for a better life, I would propose this. Somalia's shithole. How about we take over Somalia? We annex it as as a United States not what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of like
territory.
territory. Thank you. A United States territory like Puerto Rico. You don't get to vote in our elections, and you don't get to screw up our representatives and our Senate or anything like that. But you get the benefits of being quote unquote American. You get the dollar, you get the economy, you get the imports, you get all this fun stuff that comes from the United States, and you can stay in your country and keep your culture that like people like Elon Omar love so much. Stay there. Keep it there, love it there, and then you can also partake in our milk and honey without fucking up our country. Fuck up your own country. Leave us alone. Same with Italy, for example. And I love Italy as a country. But Sicily, for example, is like 20, 30 years behind compared to the rest of Europe in terms of like technology and other things because there's a long history there. And I remember back, like when I was in school, I remember there were discussions about United States taking Sicily as an American territory, and I was like, "Fuck yeah, that would be great." You know how easy it would be to travel to Sicily for pizza?
Yeah, I gotta run for 1 second. I'll be right back, bro. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. But I think that is, um, I think that would be a better solution because people can. I'm a firm believer of preserving your culture. I think there's a lot of value in certain cultures that are worth preserving. Others maybe not so much, but if you're coming to the United States and you're trying to transform, America into France or America into Iraq or America into China. No, that's not how it works. And I think that's really the biggest problems. I just read your message, Ortho. I didn't know that they were. I didn't know that was an issue in the Civil War, honestly. But I was reading. Let's go over chat here while Herb had to mute for a moment here. Let me go back into the chat here. I think that's funny that Steve the bot thinks that hopium is how I look and act. My name's the Eternal Abyss. How is that hopium? I don't. That made me laugh when I saw that. But the other thing is, like what Frank was asking, which second lady would you have intercourse with? Abyss, Tipper Gore, or Lynn Cheney? Neither. They're both nasty looking. I wouldn't do that. What is America? See, some people would say America is an idea. I'm like, not quite. America is a combination of things. It's its history. America has a unique history. Its own unique history. I mean, it shares a history with the rest of the world, obviously, because the rest of the world has also gone through different conflicts, wars, conquests, etc. But the United States kind of has its own kind of unique thing because of the nature of its founding, the nature of its founders, its history, the internal conflicts that we face, the external conflicts that we face, the fact that in such a short time we became such a big superpower, and even though it's faltered here and there, we still are, depending on the leadership that we have, you know. It's one of those things that, to me, it's not just an idea. It's a combination of things, and I think people saying, "Oh, it's just an idea." No, it's not. Oh, he got pizza. Hell yeah. I am all good for pizza, man. Nothing wrong with some pizza, especially if it's like a really good one. I actually had pizza for dinner. I had pizza too earlier. Sorry, Ortho. Order some pizza, dude. Go ahead. You have my blessing. You have my blessing to get pizza, Ortho. Disdain. I admit that I got just some Pizza Hut, so it's not like it was the best in the world, but Pizza Hut's still okay. Yes, you have a Catholic blessing to get pizza. You got it. As he should. Orthodox is converting to Catholicism, as everybody should. Everyone's invited to the party. You got it, man. What is with those stickers of John Paul II stabbing people? Where did that come from? Sup, Metal Throw Leather? Welcome to the stream, dude. Pizza Hut is just gross. Next time, just eat food out of your garbage disposal for better taste. Like I said, I admit it was. Ooh, something fell. What fell? I don't know what fell. Something fell over. Um, yeah. Glad you made it too, Metal dude. I appreciate anybody that comes and listens to my ramblings, even though it's just ramblings. So yeah, I know Pizza Hut is kind of slop. It's not really the best pizza in the world. I just needed a quick dinner because I had to drive like an hour and a half, so I didn't have time to like make my own. I've made my own pizza before. I should start doing some cooking streams, dude. I really should. We should do politics and food and then some politics and gaming maybe and we should have some fun with that. Thank you, friend. Yes, Pizza Hut's allowed. Yes. I should. I should. I just got to figure out how to do it. So, you made some badass penne vodka chicken. Oh shit. Dude, that sounds good. That sounds good. I'm a little jelly now. I have to admit, I'm a little jealous. It's pizza. It's Pizza Hut. Frank's mom makes him eat Elios. Yeah, there you go. Your parents loved you and gave you Papa John's. Good. Did you get the garlic dip? Like what I don't get the flavor crust, but I do like the dips. Your parents are divorced and got you pizza. Domino's Pizza and Pizza Hut back in the day were pretty badass though. You know, they were pretty darn good. I'm talking a long time ago though. I mean, yeah, that's true, Orthodox. Everything was better. That's true. Um,
Sorry, man. I'm back. I had to run for a few minutes, but yeah, I did. I
welcome
just
back.
wanted to talk the. Well, I appreciate it. I just wanted to talk about the Nick thing, and I thought it was a good interview. I thought it was a good little meeting of the minds. I like where Tucker's been going lately. I don't know if you've been watching the 9/11 stuff. He's been doing a series on 9/11.
I
I'm not
haven't
totally
watched
caught
that.
up. Yeah, I mean, he's going through all the stuff. I think he even talks about the dancing Israelis and all
Mhm.
that stuff.
Yeah,
Which is cool.
I definitely want to look through that. I haven't seen it yet.
He's also doing a lot of stuff like religious kind of stuff, like not like preaching, but like more just talking about like good and evil and like whether or not there might be
Mm.
like demons in this world and what people might be using like talking about demons in like a tangible way,
Mm.
which I think is interesting because I think it's been a long time since Christians like had that, had these kinds of discussions. It's now like such a fringe thing, that someone might be possessed but it used to be, how many demons did Jesus cast out?
Well, from my recollection, there's definitely the when what wasn't there the when he cast out the legion of like I think it was 1,000 demons in just one part of the Bible, but he cast out a lot of demons, and that's only what was recorded in the Gospels because the Gospels specifically say that they only recounted a couple stories, and there's a lot more that they didn't write, they didn't tell. So there's apparently a lot more going on when Jesus was alive as well. So, but when it comes to religious stuff, one thing that I always recommend to everybody is there's this guy. His name is Bishop Barron, and he has this online series called World on Fire. Word on Fire. WORD. How do I save chat? I don't know how to save chat. Zune is Zune on? Tell him to get on my stream, dude. I haven't seen Zune in a while. But yeah, I always recommend to everybody if you're gonna check out, at least if you want to learn a lot about Catholicism, about Catholic teachings and such. Bishop Barron does a very, very good job with that, and he's also very entertaining. So it's not just boring, and he's very passionate, and he has a very high level of explaining things, like very philosophical. He mixes like philosophy and different things to explain the Catholic teachings and the Gospels and such like that. So um, definitely worth a listen.
Yeah, I'm always interested in learning about theology. I'm pretty light on theology,
Mm.
but I'm always interested in learning. I'm not Catholic, but you know, it's interesting to know more about um, the way people think and worship and
Sure,
all that.
sure,
But
absolutely.
anyway,
That's what I'm saying. Like just for informational purposes, if you just want to kind of listen on a couple things and learn about that stuff and learn a bit about the catechism, it's just great content that he creates. I think it's very well made. It looks beautiful as well because that's one thing he really talks about as well as like he really focuses on introducing beauty into the world again because a lot of people online talk about how architecture is looks gross now, art is disgusting, like everything is just like looks so doom and gloom. And he in his videos he tries to introduce that beauty into the world again of the arts and the churches and all that kind of wonderful stuff. um, so yeah, I would say it's yeah brutalism. Thank you, Orthodox. That's the word I was looking for. Brutalism. Um, so yeah, I would definitely recommend it.
well, man, and yeah, just to go back to what you were talking about earlier before I hop off here.
Hmm.
Like I was looking into it and I didn't really know about, well, I'd heard about it before, which is why I was looking at it. But have you ever heard of I think it's called the EB-1A visa?
No, I don't think I'm very familiar with
So
that one.
basically it's a really hard visa to get, but you don't need an employer to get it for you, right? You can get it yourself, but it's basically for people who are like renowned in their field. And usually they have to prove it by
Yes.
submitting awards that they've won, like Nobel Peace Prize, things
Hmm.
like that, right? And I
Right.
really don't see why we need anyone from another country that's below that level. I like anyone below that. Why can't we just build and also like if we decide we need someone that below that level, I would propose that we have a matching sort of fund that builds a program for that trade or whatever, so that like some of the money that like is being made from this visa program is going towards making sure that it ends, right, that we don't need it forever.
Right. I had heard about the visa. I didn't know it was called the EB-1. I had heard about a visa that was for very specialized kind of things like that, like you're saying. Um, I think something like that is definitely the direction that we should be going in, where um, if we're bringing someone in, like I was saying before, it should be specialized. It should be something that we don't have in house. If we have like a person who's in a house that can contribute in that fashion to our economy, our country, our whatever it is, sciences, math, arts, whatever it may be, um, then I think it's worth vetting these individuals and saying, yeah, you can come and work for us, or you can put on like Baryshnikov, the famous. Well, back in the day, he was the one of the most famous male ballet dancers, and he did Nutcracker. He did all these different ballets, and he was contributing. He was providing a unique contribution to the arts that you could argue. Let's say.
Well, yeah, and I'll jump in and say there's actually another visa. It's like O1 or something
Mm-hmm.
that is that is like the one I just mentioned. It's very like it's sort of difficult to get, but you can get it yourself. You don't need an employer, and it's specifically towards entertainers,
There you go.
right? Like, so it's specific. So we already have that. We've already got it all, right? And we've got one that, and it's a lower bar,
Yeah.
right? For entertainers, bar is lower, which it should be, right? Because entertaining is more unique. You
Yeah,
know
it's
what I mean? Like
subjective.
it's
Yeah.
yeah, and it's more diverse, to use a overused term. Like, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's not, yeah, it's like you said, subjective.
Mhm.
It's but anyway, yeah, like um, and I don't know if you wanted to talk about Bitwave or anything. Yeah, like Cocaine Mitch was definitely a Bitwave guy, and I
Yeah.
don't know what happened. He had a kid. I feel like I heard he got doxxed, and then he was like kind of over it. Like he wasn't around much after that. Like
Oh, did he?
um, I couldn't tell you that for sure, but I feel like it was something like that. But like anyone gave a shit what Cocaine Mitch's dox was.
I
He was like a super. I just remember him just being a super nice guy.
yeah, he
That was
was
about it.
yeah, he was real chill. I enjoyed every time he'd bring me onto his stream. We would have like very fun conversations. He was a really cool guy. It was really cool that when he had his kid, he had a daughter, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, he just kind of disappeared because I think just because he got so busy dealing with his daughter. I didn't hear about any sort of doxing or anything like that. That's a shame.
I could be wrong about that, but whatever. I mean, if it was that, he did like what you should do if you're worried about it. It's just, I mean, everyone left anyway, right? There's no one that really hangs
Well,
out anymore.
Bitwave, yeah, Bitwave crashed and burned. So I'm not concerned. Like, there's so much stuff that got doxed on Bitwave. Like, I remember, what's her face?
Your picture, DJ, is that in here? Is that in this
No,
chat?
no, it's
DJ,
not.
you're like DoomTube. You better not fucking put DJ in this chat.
Please don't do that, Doom 2. Please do me a favor, don't do that. I'm glad that it died with Bitwave. But yeah, but there's like people like all sorts of stuff getting posted that can stay. That's good. But yeah, you had like what's her name? I don't remember her name anymore, but she was like I guess Mandalorian's girlfriend or whatever. That she had her pussy pics like flashed everywhere on Bitwave, and like it was ridiculous. Whatever her name was.
Sammy, she's killed several men since then. I mean, have you heard of a guy? See, I guess you don't follow like cows or anything, but there's like the disgusting like little troll guy named Cyrax from Ohio or whatever.
Uh huh.
He's like he's like Cyrax, like the Mortal Kombat character.
Yeah.
But anyway, there was this guy Marty who like amassed a pretty big following just trolling this guy Cyrax,
Mm-hmm.
and like he had like maybe a few hundred people watching him, and he was adjacent to us, like we sort of knew who he was and stuff. You remember Gigi Allen? He was friends with Gigi Allen. Anyway,
Yeah.
fucking he lives in Chicago and he's met Sammy, and they're like he does drugs, and they're like,
Sammy.
oh, let's
Yeah.
fucking yeah. Yeah, and so they decide that it's a good idea to meet up, him and Sammy. And the first time they fucking meet up and they like hook up or whatever and get some fentanyl, and he dies.
Holy shit.
Yeah, his name Music Biz Marty was his name.
Hmm.
Uh Pretty crazy. And then she had like another guy she was fucking, like fell down some stairs and died. And there was another guy who OD'd and died. Another one of her boyfriends. This is all like in the past year.
In 1 year.
Yeah. Yeah, she's had like three
Holy
guys.
crap.
And then of course Mandalorian got the butt cancer from her. I'm convinced of that. She gave him ass cancer.
Apparently she
Did you
is a
know
Black Widow medal. Yeah, holy shit. I didn't even know that
that?
Mandalorian had cancer. That's wow.
Dude, he had bad cancer, like really bad. Like it was touch and go, for a while. I think he's like on the mend type of deal, like whatever they call it,
Mm-hmm.
in remission. He had a bunch of his guts removed and
Oof.
like all kinds of bad stuff like that. Uh, but last time I talked to him, he was like, doing better, like not acting like he was about to die or something.
Well,
And
I'm
he was
glad.
still he was still trolling Kitty. Kitty's back. Kitty streams.
Oh my god,
Uh,
you're joking. Kitty is streaming
no,
again.
Yeah. Kitty streams. He goes by Potato now. Or
Oh
no,
my
now it's like
god.
now it's Tim Dooley. Tim Dooley is what he goes by, but like he's got this potato cult thing going, right? Like he's like got AI to write him a whole Bible of like potato, and like he's got literally, I'm not exaggerating, like hundreds of fucking AI generated songs about potatoes that he's made, and it's like he's trying to make a potato cult. It's fucking retarded. He's been doing it for like 2 years.
Jesus Christ. Wow. Okay, someone send me a link to that. I gotta see this shit because I haven't seen Kitty stream in a while. That's gonna be
Oh yeah,
entertaining.
I'll send you a link to him. I'll send you a few clip channels later when I'm
Cool.
looking
Yeah.
through shit.
Throw it into the Discord, into the general chat there.
Did you have to make a new Discord? Or did you just make a new one real quick?
I'm sorry?
I remember you had another one at one time. Did you like kill it
Yeah,
or something?
I ended up completely like nuking that one and restarting because there was a lot of stuff that like people started putting a lot of shit in there, and I once Bitway was done, I ended up like I actually had decided to stop streaming and I deleted my account off of Twitter at the time. Like I had decided I was done with this whole thing. But then I was like, no, I'm actually gonna come back to it, and I got back on. I got into Realms here because Doom invited me, and I was like, yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna come back to it, and you know,
So you're
so
on Realms and Rumble and YouTube.
yeah,
That's where you're streaming.
yep.
With not Twitter.
No, I don't. I don't want to pay for the because you have to pay to go live on X. And I mean, if I get some support to cover the cost of that, I'd be happy to do that. I just right now is I don't. I just don't.
So you have to pay for the like once you're verified, I guess, then you can stream. Is that what the deal is, or
Yeah,
you don't have to? Okay, yeah,
yeah. You have to be
okay.
verified. You have to have a check mark to stream to go live, and it's not that expensive or anything. It's just like, well, I don't
Realize
really
that.
get. I don't get any impressions as I am right now. If I pay, I probably get a little boost, but like the
Yeah,
algorithm is so fucked. It's like all over the
people,
place.
people aren't going to Twitter to find like videos, really.
Hmm.
I mean, they may watch a video while they're there, but they're not. Yeah, I don't blame you. I wouldn't mess with it either. Yeah, Rumble's good. Rumble makes you feel better too because they have that multiplier going on.
Yeah, yeah. No, I just prefer being on Rumble anyways because I have much more freedom to speak. Like I know I'm on YouTube right now, and eventually, if YouTube catches on that I'm streaming again, because it seems like they're ignoring me for the time being. But in the past, I've had videos of mine being taken down, especially during COVID. Holy shit! Like they were relentless during COVID. I got like I think 5 or 6 videos taken down because of
Huh,
misinformation. I'm like, yeah, fuck you. It's like,
for real. Yeah,
yeah,
that was crazy. Crazy time, man. But good times on Bitwave.
absolutely.
Mark still has his site going.
Who?
Uh, remember Mark Pugner?
Yeah.
He bought bitwave.tv, except not bitwave. Instead of the W, it's two V's.
No kidding.
So bitvave.tv. Yeah, you
Yeah.
should check it out. Got a playlist mod on there and shit.
Cool.
Anyway, I gotta run, dude. But yeah, I appreciate you chatting with me a little bit. It's been fun catching up.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's always great to reminisce about the old days on Bitwave, and even though Mandalorian and I didn't see eye to eye, I do hope that he's doing better. Like I don't wish ill on anybody. Like so, if you talk to him, tell him I say hi, and I'm glad that he's doing better.
I will. And I mean, dude, he was such an asshole, like to everybody. He's like a cunt. You know what I mean? And so I think he realizes that, like, people don't really think that fondly about it, but
No,
whatever,
he was an asshole to everybody. Like especially he would say a lot of stupid shit to me, and we would get into arguments all the fucking time. But Like I said, I never harbored any ill will towards anybody on Bitwave, whether I agreed with them or not, and I never wish ill on anybody. So I'm glad to hear that he's getting over. He's like at least on the mend, and hopefully things will work out for the best.
Well, yeah, I think he's got like a family now. Like he rekindled things with his ex, and like
Yeah.
it's all, like everything's good with him from everything I know. But anyway, take care, buddy.
You too, man. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you.
Yep.
All right, well, that was cool. I appreciate having some news about my Bitwave days. I always enjoy that. I liked Bitwave. I'm not gonna lie. Bitwave was fun times. And Realms is fun times too. I enjoy both very fucking much, honestly. I don't know if it was better. It was just different. Yeah, Realms is its own thing, and Bitwave to me it's its own thing. I like both for different reasons and similar reasons. There's overlap, so I think the thing with Bitwave, the difference between, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, the difference between Bitwave and Realms is that Bitwave was really subversive. Like we were just starting shit and causing trouble, and I think Realms is a bit more mature in comparison. Like we're a bit calmer. That's a good point, Doom. That's a very good point. Bitwave can never be Realms, but Realms could be a Bitwave, but probably not. Who said what again? Did I say something? Well, that's true. Realms is much calmer thanks to the fact that Kittler lost, and that he got banned. Yes. Yeah, we could. I could play any shit on Bitwave. That was wildly entertaining. Um, very much so. Very much so. But going back to a couple of things that I have on the title of my episode that I wanted to cover. Bitwave had all the randos and retards and all the COVID fallout D live. Yeah, yeah, that is true. We had a lot of randos and retards. I'm not gonna lie on that one. Absolute truth on that. Um, but yeah, I mean, going back to, like I said, some of the stuff that I wanted to talk about in the title of my video here. Oh shit, I forgot about that Orthodox. Oh god, I forgot about Attila and his girlfriend. Man, that was insane. That is window of life, yeah. Yeah. And Cog. I remember Cog. He let a lot of people bang that chick. Yeah, those streamers, man, like these people that do that sort of streaming, I never understand that. Like, I don't know if I could do like 24 streaming, like daily, just sitting there and living my life out and just having all these people like Truman show me. I don't know if I could do that. She was on escort sites, really? I had no idea. Oh, you most likely get an STD. I would not be surprised if she had some stuff. Two more. How many did they have to begin with? They all get taken away. Wow, really? She had one taken away. No kidding. Hey, Groidel, how you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. It's over. No, it's not over. Yeah, glad to see you on the stream here, man. Now we're just well about different things. We had some Bitwave people visit. I had Erbud Green on the stream. We were chit chatting. We were going over some. We were talking about the Fuentes Tucker Carlson interview, and then we just started reminiscing a bit about Bitwave, the Bitwave days. She had that fetal alcohol syndrome and hard drug use, open mouth stare. A little bit. Yeah, she was a bit. Yeah, Bitstalgia, exactly. There you go. And I had Jay Danks in my chat here as well in the YouTube chat. You know, he swung by on the stream here. He may still be in the chat. If he is, I appreciate you, man. So yeah, I always enjoy going back to the Bitwave days. Those are always fun. And we were talking about different political stuff, of course, as usual. Big news right now, actually talking about political stuff. Some of the big news right now is the storm that's going to hit Jamaica. Apparently it's even bigger than Katrina. So hopefully Jamaica will still be there. Yikes. I do hope and pray that they do well. Actually, guys, I want to ask your opinion on something. I was thinking about this. It already hit. I didn't know if it hit already. Well, hopefully it's not gonna call. Oh, I'm a day late, am I? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to check to see how much damage it was. Well, hopefully, Jamaica can bounce back. Billions. I didn't even know there were billions on that island, dude. Shut up. Oh God. But no, I did want to ask your opinion on something. This has nothing to do with any of the discussions that we've been having. This is just something I've been thinking about. I've been wanting to do this because I want to start streaming more regularly, and I thought it would be fun and it would be cool to at some point in the stream, either at the end of the stream or the beginning of the stream, or maybe we do a pause. I wanted to do a little segment like a cultural enrichment or a self-betterment section of my stream. I was thinking it would be cool for us to read a book. We would choose a book, and every day, not every day, but every time I do the stream, we would read a little bit more of that book, and like maybe we would do some literary classics. Maybe some very interesting stuff. Dune, yeah, we could read Dune. I was thinking even the Bible, honestly, like we could read the Bible. We could read Lord of the Rings. We could read some fun stuff and just kind of have it in parts as just as a small section of the stream. It wouldn't take up the entire stream, obviously, because I don't want to just sit there and read. But I thought it would be kind of a fun thing to do because I want to read more myself, to be honest with you. And sorry for getting me demonetized in Struck Abyss. Well, thank you, Groidel, you bastard, in advance. Yes, yeah. I don't know. I just thought it'd be something fun that I could do, and I think it would be not only enriching for me because it's something I want to do for me. I think it would be fun for everybody. It would be kind of a fun thing to do as well. So if you guys think that's a cool idea, I could actually think about it and we can put together a list of books to go through. Does YouTube allow the J word? What, Jew? Ban books only. Yeah, we could do ban books. I don't care. As long as it's not the gay shit. Like the stuff that they want to teach kids in school. Camp of the Saints? I don't think I've ever heard of that book. What book is that? And why is that a banned book? I should read it then. Yeah, I mean, business book reviews. Sure. I can review books, I could review movies. It would be kind of a fun thing to do. I could review Dune. Do you want me to review Dune? Why not? You know. But anyways, it's just I'm throwing that idea out there. If you guys think you think it's a good idea, someone needs to read Dune. Well, I volunteer. All of Tolkien. Yeah, sure. We can add it to the list. Abyss audiobooks. Yeah. I mean, if you don't mind my terrible reading, sure. No, I can't. I don't think I can read the Torah. I don't speak. I don't speak. What is it? Yiddish or whatever. No, it's not. It's not in Yiddish. It's in whatever, you know. Maybe okay. If there's an English translation of the Torah, I can probably read it, but I can't. I can't go through the you know. I can't do that. Baruch Hak. Hitler will help me. Sticking to the Bible keeps you blessed. Absolutely, Heartache. I do want to read. I haven't gone through the entire Bible in such a long time. That's one of the books I would start out with that actually. That is probably the start. We would start with that book, and then from there we can go and read all sorts of other stuff. Read the Bible backwards? Ooh. Reading the Bible backwards, that sounds like a challenge. I don't know. Reading it forward is already a challenge. It's a heavy book. The book of Job is your favorite. That's good. Read Revelations out loud. You get a blessing if you do. Do you? Read Stairway to Heaven backward. It sounds like something a cop would make you do on a sobriety test. The Epic of Gilgamesh. Yes, that's a pretty cool one, dude. Divine Comedy by Dante. By Dante Alighieri, yeah. I don't do acid, so I can't help you on that one. I could read the Old Testament, but not while I'm on acid. Odyssey greater than Gilgamesh. Yeah, the Iliad, the Odyssey. There's so many beautiful like literary classics. I would love to. It's guaranteed psychosis. That would not shock me, Orthodox. It would sound like guaranteed psychosis. Yeah, I think Gilgamesh is older than the Odyssey. I think you're right. I wouldn't be reading for long. No, I probably end up, on the floor speaking in tongues. We should add the Voynich manuscript to the list, right? Are you guys familiar with the Voynich manuscript? Doom requested that you read the Bhagavad Gita. What's the Bhagavad Gita? I don't even know what that is. Yeah, it's probably some Hindu Bible equivalent or something like that. I thought they did do something like that, Ortho. They did do that. Beowulf, yes, Beowulf. They did. Yeah, and apparently it was kind of shitty. Oh, you know what? You're right. I don't. You're right. I don't think they did. But isn't Gilgamesh? Wait a minute. No, Gilgamesh is the monster from Beowulf, isn't it? Yeah, the Beowulf movie, from what I heard, was pretty bad. Grendel. You know what? You're right. I'm sorry. I'm mixing those up. You're absolutely right. Yeah, Gilgamesh is another monster. Grendel is the monster in Beowulf. Yeah, Gilgamesh is the oldest known literary work. Is it the oldest? The Voynich manuscript has been solved? Get out of town. Are you sure? It's a dead Turkish language? No. Oh, it's Mesopotamian. The Epic of Gilgamesh is Mesopotamian. Yeah, we should read that, dude. That should be awesome. I'm down for that. Are you sure? When was the Voynich manuscript solved? Is that true? I'm in shock if that's true, man. Goodreads.com. Things fall apart. AI has translated a bunch of Sumerian shit. Yeah. A family of Turks cracked it. Wow. I'm gonna have to look into that because I would definitely love to check out what the whole what it's all about, because all the stuff like the drawings there always confused people too. It wasn't just the language that was very confusing, but it was also like all the drawings and everything. Hey Ari, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. I didn't see you come in here. We're so sad he went to find Noah from Noah's Ark to find the secret to eternal life, and finally found Noah, and Noah was like, I don't know, man. that was that was a pretty good summary. I have to agree, divine position. Forgot the end. Yeah, like I was saying, I think it would be really cool to do stuff like that. I think it would be really really cool to just to have a variety of different books, different genres, different periods of time, things like that. There's so much antediluvian times. I don't know much about antediluvian times. I'm sorry. That's not my area of expertise. Yeah, I would read Gilgamesh. Why not? We could do that. Like I said, I want to try and be more regular with the streams, and maybe I'll start doing a morning stream again like I used to. Can I start now? You know what? Maybe like we can end the stream on that. If you can, I'd have to find an ebook. If someone can provide me an ebook of Gilgamesh, we could start with that. I can start reading that. Do you think old buildings are actually double their height, covered in mud floods? Huh. Yeah, I know there's the book server. Is Gilgamesh on there? Oop, hold on. Let me get the URL. There you go. Yeah, baby. That's right. Whoops. I don't want to put it there. There you go. Full text of the Epic of Gilgamesh. There you go. Whoa, what the hell? All right. Yeah, you prefer traditional stone tablets. Nice. DJVU.txt. We are reading TXT, dude. I know, we're not using papyrus, I'm sorry. That's a good question though, Doom. Maybe some buildings, I mean, people are discovering buildings underground, like when they're building and digging up to build stuff. There's definitely layers and layers of earth covering cities and buildings and foundations and things like that. So Orthodox is fluent in cuneiform. It's a dual sis. Oh my god, you guys! I swear. But yeah, I'm down to Oop. What am I doing? There you go. Hitting the wrong thing. I'm actually going to increase the font here a little bit. So let's see. We have the Epic of Gilgamesh contents. We got prologue, Gilgamesh King in Uruk, the coming of Enkidu, the forest journey, Ishtar and Gilgamesh, and the death of Enkidu, the search for everlasting life, the story of the flood, the return, the death of Gilgamesh, glossary of names. Wow. I need some vellum to compose my latest masterpiece. Imagine I'm mastering Nephilim telekinesis. And so we begin, yes. Let's read the prologue. Let's start with that. See how that goes. So the Epic of Gilgamesh prologue. Gilgamesh, king of I'm sorry. I already fucked it up. There you go. Gilgamesh, king in Uruk. I will proclaim to the world the deeds of Gilgamesh. This was the man to whom all things were known, was the king. Wait, this is getting cut off here. Let me, yeah, it got cut off, my bad. Hold on. This was the man to whom all things were known. This was the king who knew the countries of the world. He was wise. He saw mysteries and knew secret things. He brought us a tale of the days before the flood. He went on a long journey, was weary, worn out with labor. Returning, he rested. He engraved on a stone the whole story. Gilgamesh was a Sumer. When the gods created Gilgamesh, they gave him a perfect body. Shamash, the glorious sun, endowed him with beauty. Adad, the god of the storm, endowed him with courage. The great gods made his beauty perfect, surpassing all others, terrifying like a great wild bull. 2/3 they made him god and 1/3 man. In Uruk he built walls, a great rampart, and the temple of blessed Iana for the god of the firmament Anu, and for Ishtar, the goddess of love. Look at it still today, the outer wall where the cornice runs. It shines with the brilliance of copper, and the inner wall, it has no equal. Touch the threshold, it is ancient. Approach Iana, the dwelling of Ishtar, Our Lady of Love and War, and the like of which no latter-day king, no man alive can equal. Climb upon the wall of Uruk, walk along it, I say, regard the foundation terrace and examine the masonry. It is not burnt brick and good. Is it not Bert Brinker good? The 7 sages laid the foundation. The Epic of Gilgamesh. Chapter 1, The Coming of Enkidu. Gilgamesh went abroad in the world, but he met with none who could withstand his arms till he came to Uruk. But the men of Uruk muttered in their houses, Gilgamesh sounds the tocsin for his amusement. His arrogance has no bounds, by day or night. No son is left with his father, for Gilgamesh takes them all, even the children. Yet the king should be a shepherd to his people. His lust leaves no virgin to her lover, neither the warrior's daughter nor the wife of the noble. Yet this is the shepherd of the city, wise, comely, and resolute. The gods heard their lament. The gods of heaven cried to the Lord of Uruk, to Anu, the god of Uruk. A goddess made him, strong as a savage bull. None can withstand his arms. No son is left with his father, for Gilgamesh takes them all. And is this the king, the shepherd of his people? His lust leaves no virgin to her lover, neither the warrior's daughter nor the wife of the noble. When Anu heard their lamentations, the god cried to Aruru, the goddess of creation, You made him, O Aruru. Now create his equal. Let it be as like him as his own reflection, his second self. Stormy heart for stormy heart. Let them contend together and leave Uruk in quiet. So the goddess conceived an image in her mind, and it was of the stuff of Anu of the firmament. She dipped her hand in water and pinched off clay. She let it fall in the wilderness, and noble, Enkidu was created. There was virtue in him, of the god of war, of Ninurta himself. His body was rough. He had long hair like a woman's. It waved like hair of Nasaba, the goddess of corn. His body was covered with matted hair like Samugan's, the god of cattle. He was innocent of mankind. He knew nothing of the cultivated land. Enkidu instead of Enkidu? Enkidu? Okay. Enkidu ate grass in the hills with the gazelle and lurked with wild beasts at the water holes. He had joy of the water with the herds of wild game. Enkidu? How is the name pronounced? Because I don't want to butcher it. Okay, that's fine. All right. Improvise. All right, just roll with it. Okay. But there was a trapper who met him one day, face to face at the drinking hole, where the wild game had entered his territory. On 3 days he met him face to face, and the trapper was frozen with fear. He went back to his house with the game that he had caught, and he was dumb, benumbed with terror. His face was altered, like that of one who has made a long journey. With awe in his heart, he spoke to his father. Father, there is a man, unlike any other, who comes down from the hills. He is the strongest in the world. He is like an immortal from heaven. He ranges over the hills with wild beasts and eats grass. He ranges through your land and comes down to the wells. I'm afraid and dare not go near him. He fills in the pits which I dig and tears up my traps set for the game. He helps the beasts to escape, and now they slip through my fingers. His father opened his mouth and said to the trapper, My son, in Uruk lives Gilgamesh. No one has ever prevailed against him. He is strong as a star from heaven. Go to Uruk, find Gilgamesh, extol the strength of this wild man. Ask him to give you a harlot.
a wanton from the temple of love. Return with her, and let her woman's power overpower this man. When next he comes down to drink at the wells, she will be there, stripped naked. And when he sees her beckoning, he will embrace her, and then the wild beast will reject him.
So the trapper set out on his journey to Uruk and addressed himself to Gilgamesh, saying, "A man unlike any other is roaming now in the pastures. He is as strong as a star from heaven, and I am afraid to approach him. He helps the wild..." Hey, what happened? Oh, there you go. "He helps the wild game to escape. He fills in my pits and pulls up my traps." Gilgamesh said, "Trapper, go back. Take with you a harlot, a child of pleasure. At the drinking hole she will strip, and when he sees her beckoning, he will embrace her, and the game of the wilderness will surely reject him." Now the trapper returned, taking the harlot with him. After a 3 days' journey, they came to the drinking hole, and there they sat down. The harlot and the trapper sat, facing one another, and waited for the game to come. For the first day and for the second day, the two sat waiting. But on the third day, the herds came. They came down to drink, and Enkidu, let's say Enkidu, was with them. The small wild creatures of the plains were glad of the water, and Enkidu with them, who ate grass with the gazelle and was born in the hills. And she saw him, the savage man, come from far off in the hills. The trapper spoke to her, "There he is. Now, woman, make your breasts bare. Have no shame. Do not delay, but welcome his love. Let him see you naked. Let him possess your body. When he comes near, uncover yourself and lie with him. Teach him, the savage man, your woman's art. For when he murmurs love to you, the wild beasts that shared his life in the hills will reject him." Gilgamesh started an OnlyFans. Nice. She was not ashamed to take him. She made herself naked and welcomed his eagerness as he lay on her, murmuring love. She taught him the woman's art. For 6 days and 7 nights they lay together. Holy shit. For Enkidu had forgotten his home in the hills. When he was satisfied, he went back to the wild beasts. Then, when the gazelles saw him, they bolted away. When the wild creatures saw him, they fled. Enkidu would have followed, but his body was bound as though with a cord. His knees gave way when he started to run. His swiftness was gone. And now the wild creatures had all fled away. Enkidu was grown weak, for wisdom was in him, and the thoughts of a man were in his heart. So he returned and sat down at the woman's feet, and listened intently to what she said. "You are wise, Enkidu. And now," I should probably make a more feminine voice for her. "You are wise, Enkidu, and now you have become like a god. Why do you want to run wild with the beast in the hills? Come with me. I will make you strong. I will take you to strong-walled Uruk, to the blessed temple of Ishtar and of Anu, of love and of heaven, where Gilgamesh lives, who is very strong, and like a wild bull, he lords it over men." Just Oh, stop it. No, I'm not going to go full Destiny. Fuck that shit. When she had spoken, Enkidu was pleased. He longed for a comrade, for one who could understand his heart. "Come, woman, take me to that holy temple, to the house of Anu and of Ishtar, and to the place where Gilgamesh lords it over the people. I will challenge him boldly. I will cry out aloud in Uruk, I am the strongest here. I have come to change the old order. I am he who was born in the hills. I am he who is strongest of all." She said, "Let us go. Let him see your face. I know very well where Gilgamesh is in the great Uruk. Oh, Enkidu, there all the people are dressed in their gorgeous robes. Every day is holiday. The young men and the girls are wonderful to see. How sweet they smell. All the great ones are roused from their beds. Oh, Enkidu, you who love life, I will show you Gilgamesh, a man of many moods. You shall look at him well and his radiant manhood." Look him well at his radiant manhood. And Kaido's voice is more hood gangsta. Okay, I'll see what I can do. His body is perfect in strength and maturity. He never rests by night or day. He is stronger than you, so leave your boasting. Shamash, the glorious sun, has given favors to Gilgamesh, and Anu of the heavens, and Enlil, and Ea, the wise, has given him deep understanding. I tell you, even before you have left the wilderness, Gilgamesh will know in his dreams that you are coming. Oy vey, a New York Israelite in ancient Samaria. I should give her a more Jewish accent? Is that what you're telling me? Yeah, I know we don't have temple prostitutes anymore. What the hell, dude? No. She's a troon? The harlot? No, the harlot's a woman. She's not a troon. Now Gilgamesh got up to tell his dream to his mother, Ninsun, one of the wise gods. Mother, last night I had a dream. I was full of joy. The young heroes were round me, and I walked through the night under the stars of the firmament, and one, a meteor of the stuff of Anu, fell down from heaven. I tried to lift it, but it proved too heavy. All the people of Uruk came round to see it. The common people jostled, and the nobles thronged to kiss its feet. And to me, its attraction was like the love of woman. They helped me. I braced my forehead, and I raised it with thongs and brought it to you. And you yourself pronounced it my brother. The Ninsun, who is well beloved and wise, said to Gilgamesh, this star, wait, Ninsun is his mother? Yeah. I guess I should do a more feminine voice for that too. The star of heaven, which descended like meteor from the sky, which you tried to lift, but found too heavy. When you tried to move it, it would not budge, and so you brought it to my feet. I made it for you. A goad and spur, and you were drawn as though to a woman. This is the strong comrade, the one who brings help to his friend and friend in his need. He is the strongest of wild creatures, the stuff of Anu, born of the grasslands and the wild hills reared him. When you see him, you will be glad. You will love him as a woman, and he will never forsake you. This is the meaning of the dream. Love him as a woman. You didn't tell me there's going to be some gay shit in the Gilgamesh story here. Gilgamesh said, Mother, I dreamed a second dream. In the streets of strong-walled Uruk there lay an axe. The shape of it was strange, and the people thronged around. I saw it and was glad. I bent down, deeply drawn toward it. I loved it like a woman and wore it at my side. Ninsun answered, that axe which you saw, which drew you so powerfully like love of a woman, that is the comrade who I give you. And he will come in his strength like one of the hosts of heaven. He is the brave companion who rescues his friend in necessity. Gilgamesh said to his mother, a friend, a counselor has come to me from Enlil, and now I shall befriend and counsel him. So Gilgamesh told his dreams, and the harlot retold them to Enkidu. And now she to Enkidu, when I look at you, when I look at you, you have become like a god. Why do you yearn to run wild again with the beasts in the hills? Get up from the ground, the bed of a shepherd. He listened to her words with care. It was good advice that she gave. She divided her clothing in two, and with one half she clothed him, with the other herself. I lost my place, sorry, 1 second. Better shepherd. Herself. And holding his hand, she led him like a child to the sheepfold, into the shepherd's tent. There, all the shepherds crowded round to see him. They put down bread in front of him, but Enkidu would only suck the milk of wild animals. He fumbled and gaped, at a loss what to do or how he should eat the bread and drink the strong wine. Then the woman said, Enkidu, eat bread. It is the staff of life. Drink the wine. It is the custom of the land. So he ate till he was full and drank strong wine, 7 goblets. He became merry, his heart exulted, and his face shone. He rubbed down the matted hair of his body and anointed himself with oil. Enkidu had become a man. But when he had put on man's clothing, he appeared like a bridegroom. He took arms to hunt the lion so that the shepherds could rest at night. He caught wolves and lions with the herdsmen, and the herdsmen lay down in peace, for Enkidu was their watchman, a strong man who had no rival. He was merry living with the shepherds. So one day, lifting his eyes, he saw a man approaching. He said to the harlot, I'm supposed to be more gangster. Woman, fetch me that man here. Why has he come? I wish to know his name. She went and called the man, saying, Sir, where are you going on this weary journey? The man answered, saying to Enkidu, Gilgamesh has gone into the marriage house and shut out the people. He does strange things in the city of great streets. At the roll of the drum, work begins for the men and work for the women. Gilgamesh is king. Gilgamesh the king is about to celebrate marriage with the queen of love, and he still demands to be the first with the bride. The king to be first and a husband to follow. For that was ordained by the gods from his birth, from the time the umbilical cord was cut. But now the drums roll for the choice of the bride, and the city groans. At these words, Enkidu turned white in the face. I will go to that place where Gilgamesh lords it over the people. I will challenge him boldly. And I'll carry that aloud in Uruk. I have come to change the old order. For I am the strongest here. In the bridal bed was made. Oh wait, I skipped a paragraph, I'm sorry. Now Enkidu strode in front of the woman. In front, and the woman followed behind. He entered the great market, and all the folk thronged around him where he stood in the streets. In strong-walled the people jostled, speaking of him. They said, He is the spit of Gilgamesh. He is shorter. He is bigger of bone. This is the one who was reared on the milk of wild beasts. His is the greatest strength. The men rejoiced. Now Gilgamesh has met his match. The great one, this hero whose beauty is like a god. He is a match even for Gilgamesh. In the bridal bed was made, fit for the goddess of love. The bride waited for the bridegroom. But in the night Gilgamesh got up and came to the house. Then Enkidu stepped out. He stood in the street and blocked the way. Mighty Gilgamesh came on, and Enkidu met him at the gate. He put out his foot and prevented Gilgamesh from entering the house. So they grappled, holding each other like bulls. They broke the doorposts, and the walls shook. They snorted like bulls locked together. They shattered the doorposts, and the walls shook. Gilgamesh bent his knee with his foot planted on the ground, and with a turn Enkidu was thrown.
Immediately his fury died. When Enkidu was thrown, he said to Gilgamesh, "There is not another like you." Oh, I'm sorry. "There's not another like you in the world, Ninsun, who is as strong as a white ox in the byre. She was the mother who bore you. And now you are raised above all men. And Enlil has given you the kingship. For your strength surpasses the strength of men." So Enkidu and Gilgamesh embraced, and their friendship was sealed. Oh, Gilgamesh should not have stolen Enkidu's Funko Pop collection. That's just wrong. That was the first part. The second part is the forest journey. So I don't know. What'd you guys think? I'm not gonna read through the whole thing. But next stream, we'll pick it up. We'll definitely pick it up on the next stream. Thank you. That's a cool story so far. Yeah, we should do some short stories so we could do them all in one go. But definitely I'll hold on to this. I'm actually going to throw this link in my Discord chat. So, actually, let me do this. I'm going to create a new channel for URLs that I'm going to need. Oh, you can't do capital letters in this thing? That's ridiculous. Okay, well, fine. Whatever, dude. Whatever. Okay. We'll keep that public and we'll put that here. Boom. There we go. So now I have that and I can refer back to it. Yeah, it doesn't seem super long, but I just want to kind of get back to PG Wodehouse. I don't think I'm familiar with PG Wodehouse. But I saved the URL, so I have it for next time. Jeeves and Wooster. You should read the Talmud. Yeah, we talked about that, Herb. Who knows? Maybe we could probably try and add that to the list. I don't know. But yeah. But anyways, what I was the other thing I wanted to talk about, you know, there's a lot of stuff actually I want to get into, but it's how long have I been streaming already? Holy cow! Holy shit! It's been 3.5 hours. Oh my goodness! This was a long one, guys. Someone was talking shit about the Jeeves and Wooster show. I haven't seen Titsu in a while. Who could take a shit what? When did I say that? It's a quote of mine. Apparently I said, I don't remember what I was referring to. See, that's the problem with some of the quotes. I don't remember the context anymore. Tasty. What? Tasty who? Tasty who? Tasty Cakes? He died? Jeez, really? Wow. How did he die? Overdose? Too much drugs? Did he get eaten by a badger? I don't mean to make light of people's demise, but walking out into the forest and dying on shrooms, that's kind of silly way to go. He's still in the machine elf realm, yeah. Well, you know, that sucks. But
Yeah, there's like so much happening in the news right now too. Like another thing I wanted to kind of tap into was they say he's still alive. He lives entirely off magic mushrooms, which he planted in bulk in the forest. Well, I mean, he has completely forgotten his life history and identity, so he's just become feral. Feral is what you're saying. He's a feral tasty cakes now, or a tasty shroom. Hmm. Well, I mean, I suppose that's good if he's enlightened. Feral cakes, yeah. The shroom is just a fruit. No, it's a spore. Oh man, I want a pie now. You mentioned pies, man. Don't do that to me. Dang it, I'm gonna have to buy pie now. Board salad, yummy, yummy. Yeah. But anyways, let me talk a little bit about like the ballroom. There's this yeah, I'm pretty sure if unless you lived under a rock, that's one of the news items I wanted to talk about is Trump's ballroom that the left is losing their shit over. It's pretty comical that they're like, "Oh my God, he's disrespecting history. He's destroying history." Um, talking about Trump's pants, not that ballroom, the other kind of ballroom. Um, and it's rich. It is rich coming from the left, where that they're complaining and moaning about disrespecting history and destroying history. Aren't these the same people who would take down statues, who would destroy statues and try to destroy the like they were trying to burn down a historical church that the Trump had to save? He had to have the people throw smoke bombs at them. Robert E. Lee, they tried to take down Jefferson, Washington, Christopher Columbus statues, things like that. Oh, but don't touch the White House. Don't touch the White House. Yeah, you know what? 14 presidents have renovated that White House. Did they care about the fact that Obama put a basketball court in the White House? Did they care about that Nixon put a bowling alley in there? I think was it Eisenhower that put a swimming pool? I think no. Wait, Eisenhower I think did a complete renovation. Yeah, because Obama wanted everybody to know how black he was, so he had to put a basketball court in there because everybody knows if you're black, you got to play basketball. Yeah, that too. Using the National Guard to enforce federal law is precedent. There's precedent for that. Yeah, of the forced integration. Yes, that's correct. Well, I don't think you'd be bowling with foreign dignitaries as well. Bowling is very much an American thing. So Nixon just had a bowling alley in there because he liked bowl. He liked to bowl. You know. I mean, if I were to choose a renovation that I would do at the White House, if it was up to me, um, I would do two things. I would put a hot tub because I like hot tubs. Um, but I would put a well, see, I love astronomy, so I would say I would want a stellar observatory like those domes with the big telescopes. I would love something like that. But Washington D.C. There's too much light pollution. That would not be a good location for stargazing and planetary observations. So that would not be a viable thing. I want to be VP. Why? Where does the vice president stay? I think being vice president would be pretty darn cool. You get to be you get to be in the White House. Huh? Hyderabad? The heck is that? President of the United States typically resides in the official residence of the Naval Observatory in Washington, D.C. It's just, oh, really? Well, fuck yeah, I'd like to be vice president then. Nice. Yeah, that would be cool. I'd like that. But I was saying being vice president is probably a cool job because you get the clout of being connected to the president. You can go around, travel, do all that kind of stuff. You have some responsibilities, but you don't have quite the responsibilities that a president does. I don't know. I think it would be fun because you get it's kind of like the best of both worlds. Yeah, the fact that she married, like, as a Catholic, I speak as a Catholic in this regard. I never liked the idea of someone marrying in a different religion because there's conflicts there, and that leads to the breaking of marriages, and people converting to their spouse's religion for the sake of just getting married with their spouse. I don't like that. I don't think that. I think that's a betrayal of your upbringing and your beliefs. Unless it's a genuine conversion experience, because there are some people that genuinely convert, like they convert to Catholicism and they marry in a church because they fell in love with someone who's Catholic, and they naturally, they start learning about Catholicism and then they naturally convert. So there is a small percentile where that occurs. But at the same time, a lot of people that do interfaith marriages, they don't convert over faith. They don't convert because they have an actual, like, real conversion experience. It's more, oh, my husband's Jewish, so I'm going to convert to Judaism. Or, oh, my husband's Episcopalian, so I'm going to convert to be Episcopalian or Mormon or what have you. So, well, I mean, in New York City, you have to be. I mean, for the longest time, Trump was in bed with the Democrats. He had to give money and grease palms. He even had to deal with the mob. So it's convenience for him to kind of basically have that way of thinking. I mean, it's gotten him where he is today. He's a freaking billionaire. You know? And he's the president of the United States. He's a renowned figure. He's a global figure. He's a superstar. Basically, everybody knows Trump. His legacy, his immortality is secured. I'm voting for Alex Jones in 2028. Well, I mean, depends on his stance on frogs. I mean, if he still thinks that the frogs are turning gay, I might have to consider him as a viable candidate. Yeah. Turning the freaking frogs gay. I don't know. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. You have to admit. Alex Jones is a character, though. He is very much a unique individual. I don't think any other person is like Alex Jones. Yeah. He has a clone. Alex Jones? Does the clone have a goatee, though? Because evil clones have to have the goatee. When did he have a toothbrush mustache? I don't remember him with the. Oh, I must have. It must have been a short stint, I guess. I don't know. I haven't been paying that attention to Alex Jones, so I don't know. He had the Hitler stash right before they changed him more. They charged him more money or something. Uh-huh. Wow. He was doing it ironically, but should have just kept it because it looked good. Yeah. um, that's a good question. I'm not sure how. I think the pardons are mostly criminal. I don't think it. Well, no, I think it is civil. I think there is some. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I'm thinking it's criminal. I don't think it's civil. Yeah, federal criminal convictions. Civil cases are a whole different ballgame. Yeah. I think he should. I kind of think that Derek Chauvin should get pardoned because that was not a fair trial. Whether you believe he's guilty or not, which he isn't. I mean, the evidence is clear that he really isn't. He should be. Yeah, that's the thing. It's not federal. I don't think it's federal charges, it's state. So I don't think Trump can. That's right. Yeah, if it's a state charge, he can't do that. The governor could, but the governor isn't going to do that. Yeah. Oh yeah. It was basically just the trial was just theater. They were gonna convict him no matter what. Simple. And the evidence is pretty clear about the fact that that George Floyd had so much fentanyl in his body that it's really clear that and yeah, he had a bad heart, he had fentanyl. He also was a career criminal, which if he would have stayed the out of that world, he probably would have survived and not had any issues. Well, he probably would have OD'd eventually anyway. That's a given. But I mean, he wouldn't have died at the hands of a police, in custody of a police officer. Let me be accurate, custody. You know. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Cyber Floyd. Whatever happened to Cyber Fetterman? Is that still a thing that you guys are working on? Or is that project pretty much dead? It's in progress. Orthodox, get to work. We need that project completed. It's in the works. Do it. Do it now. You have our support. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Oh man. Abigail. Which Abigail who? Leave Ed Fetterman's wife out and put Abigail in? Oh, that Abigail. Right. I forgot that's his sister's name with the Khazar Milkers. Yeah, you had to put nudity on there, dude. You're gonna get me banned from YouTube. You motherfuckers. You No. No. Erica. Her name is Erica. Charlie Kirk's wife is Erica. Yeah. It's not nudity, it's a dairy farm. Oh, come on. Now you guys are just trying to get me banned on YouTube now. I swear. I mean, if you do, it's fine, honestly. I don't particularly care, but because I'd rather not stream on YouTube anyway, so. Yeah, Cyberfeminine is going to need a Floyd droid and a Cyberkirk. A Cyberkirk. Oh man, I guess we're going to have to add that in there, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if it'll pick it up. We'll see. I have no idea. Gosh, with your insane stuff here. But yeah, so the ballroom is getting built, and it's ridiculous. Like whoa, she just cleared chat all out of a sudden there. Yeah, it's like, oh god, Doom 2, dude, really? Jesus. But anyways, yeah, the whole thing with the ballroom is ridiculous because first of all, he's not even using taxpayer money for it. That's the hilarious part. Like, there's really nothing to complain about. Absolutely nothing to complain about. You've been deleting certain things in case. Take down the stream and archive it elsewhere just to notify where you'll be stream. Where have you been deleting stuff, Hard 8? Yeah, the ballroom is fine. It's like, it's so ridiculous. Even if let's pretend Biden would have done a ballroom and he would have paid for it out of his own money, which would never happen because they just steal money from people and do shit with other people's money. But let's pretend for a moment that Biden wasn't a scumbag and that he would have done that. I don't think I would have had a big issue with it. Yeah, they should have really put a nursing home in there. That's the renovation that Biden should have done. They should. No, I don't want a White House prison because that would be too fancy. They don't deserve a fancy prison. They deserve, like, if you're gonna put these politicians in prison, they deserve, like, the movie Office Space, the fuck me in the ass federal penitentiary. Yeah, Biden will snip every nurse in a care home. Yeah, he'll probably just do what he always does. Just basically sexually assault people, shit his pants, talk to dead people. There is an AI for Godot now? Well, Hard 8, if you follow me on Rumble, yeah, you should be able to find me on Rumble. I can post the link. I think I put the link on my X post here. Let me see. I can put it in chat. Gal Gadot, Gamash. It's in my bio in the in X. So, oh, dude, it's giving me the freaking. Hold on, let me do this. Let me go to it and give you the actual link. because I hate the Twitter link URL shortener. There we go. So that's me on Rumble. I invite everybody to follow me on Rumble because I'd rather not stream on YouTube if I can help it. And thank you. I appreciate it, man. Any support is appreciated. A follow, a like. It helps the algorithm. So I mean, these streams are just kind of like this, shooting the breeze, chit-chatting, talking some politics, having some fun. So yeah, I appreciate any kind of support on that. But yeah, you know, that's the thing. It's like it's really ridiculous to fight and argue over this. I had three. It's two people on. Well, I have two people watching the stream from what Restream tells me. It doesn't tell me if it's YouTube or Rumble. I mean, I don't know. Let me go to the channels and see. Yeah, I have two on YouTube right now. Not that many. You know, it's okay. It's not so much an issue for me. I don't need big numbers. I don't mind big numbers, but I'm not streaming to have thousands of people watch me. You know, it would be cool if I could do this full time. Honestly, it would be really, it would be a fun job to have, but it doesn't. I don't have to do this full time. But yeah, quality over quantity. That's true. I think that I like interacting and chatting with people that watch my streams. Like if I have so many people like Steven Crowder where I can't even read the chat because it's rolling so fast, you know, it kind of takes away from that more personal engagement. You know, I kind of prefer having a smaller crowd that I can chat with and interact with than have massive crowds. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to say, oh, I wouldn't want to grow and I wouldn't want to have thousands of people watching me. I mean, of course I would. But like I said, I do this because I want to do it. I don't do this to grift. I've never thought about this as like some these influencers were like, oh, I want to be an influencer and I'm gonna just, you know, have these sponsors and I'm gonna be paid to say what they want me to say. No, I'm gonna say what I want to say, and I don't care. Even let's say one day I reach a point where I have a sponsor, I'm still gonna say what I want to say. I'm not gonna be controlled by whatever. Yeah, I'm just expressing my opinion. I'm just you know, it's kind of cathartic for me to bitch and moan about political stuff to people, and it doesn't necessarily have to be an echo chamber, even if people disagree with me. In fact, I welcome people that disagree with me. I'm more than happy to chit chat with people that disagree with me. It's not. I enjoy discussion. I enjoy debate. Oh God, Kittler, no. I'm not gonna have Kittler as a co-host. I would just have to mute his microphone because he's a spurg. It's not even the fact that I disagree with him or we have a difference of opinions. It's just he's a spurg. He can't be normal. Like just act normal. He's like that meme. You know that meme where someone's like, "Why can't you be normal?" and there's that kid in the back seat who's yelling. Yes, Kittler lost. Turn what up higher? You can't hear me? I thought my volume was pretty high. It's a Kittler quote. I can't turn it up higher any more than this. Well, maybe a little. I can turn my volume up a little more. But anyways, oh gosh, guys, it's almost midnight. I hate to do this, but I think I'm gonna have to end the stream soon here. I have to be up by 5 tomorrow morning. I have a long fucking day. I got a lot of stuff I gotta do, and I have appointments. Yeah, I got shit to do. Shit. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate everybody on YouTube, and I don't know if anybody on Rumble actually watched my stream, if there was anybody on Rumble, but if anybody watches the stream after the fact, I do appreciate you guys. I appreciate everybody on Realms. Yeah, it's not worth trying to figure out Kittler. I give up on that a long time ago too. He's just a spurg. There's no point in trying to understand spurgs. Just let them spurg and be on your merry way. But guys, thank you so much for hanging out here on the stream, and we're gonna call it a night here. And as always, remember, don't be complacent. Have a good night.